What's going on, Gab? How are you? Oh man, I am. I'm. I don't think I'm really tired. I got up. I worked out this morning. My physically, my body is tired, but like I am awake, which is weird. It's a very weird state to be in. Dread waking up tomorrow. Oh, dude, I don't want to wake up tomorrow at all. It's just. My birthday is actually this coming Saturday, and I work the entire week. I forgot to take time off for my own birthday, but thankfully my birthday is on the weekend, so it's Saturday at least. So I'll probably have some fun then, and then I'll probably do something fun on Friday night because Saturday night will be here. But yeah, I have some fun stuff planned and whatnot. Speaking of, I should check something real quick. We'll wait for everybody to get in. Well, not everybody, but we'll wait for people to get in. Sure, there's some people that are just seeing the notification. Okay. I guess we can do a recap, and I'll try to shorten it this time. I feel like my recap went really long last time I did one. Let's see. Gotta kickstart my brain here now. Oh. Shit. Wait, when you said recap, I didn't expect a recap from the very beginning. Yes, I was like, I forgot how to control the game. All right, look. Okay, shit. Last we left off, how did we open this? It was just after, so this would have had to have been just after Maria had talked about seeing Beatrice, so that started it. In the letter, so the parents and everything, the conversation with Kyrie, yes, thank you. Kyrie had they had just gotten done talking with well, not done, they were still in like conversations about like the whole money conversation. That's what was going on. Kyrie comes down at some point, talks to us because she was just like, oh man, I just really needed to get out of there. But she was like using disguised language. She was saying, oh, I just went to go powder my nose, or put my makeup on. And she's talking to Battler and like discussing like, you know, the way of thinking about things and changing your perspective by quote unquote flipping the chessboard, or flipping the game so that you can see something from somebody else's perspective, right? So that's all going on. And while that's happening, Rudolph comes down, and Rudolph is like, I feel like, I'm going to, like, he whispers, like, he's going to, like, to the both of them that, like, well, we need to have a conversation. I'm going to die. And they're both like, what? And so he's like, yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to put my makeup on, because he was making fun of her for how long she put her quote unquote makeup on. They're both confused about it, but then Kyrie thinks about it and is like, no, that's your father telling you, hey, go find me. Or like, oh, because he was like saying, yeah, don't follow me either. Or like, and he's like, no, that means he wants you to actually go find him. I don't recall them actually having a conversation after that. I don't think they did. If they did, they didn't show it. Because I would have remembered if they actually talked after that. It felt a lot like Kyrie was just kind of talking and flagging a lot. And then that was it. Let's see. What happened after that? The kids went back to the guest house. And then when they were in the guest house, like they were all like talking and everything, like, and then they were like, oh, that's right, because they it was raining outside, so they also brought Mario with them as well. Mario was like sleeping, and then they put her down, and she's just there. And they're like, oh, not Jessica, fucking Shannon. You should come play games with us, and like, we'll have fun and whatever. And she's like, oh, no, let me see what the schedule's like. So she goes downstairs. She's talking to, Kanon and fuck, I'm forgetting the other butler's name, but they're there and they're talking, and they're like, well, they've switched the assignments. We were supposed to be over in the mansion, but they're still having discussions there. Genji, thank you. And Genji is like, no, they're still having discussions over there. So they've switched assignments pretty much, and now they're over there in the guest house. Genji's really kind of tired and about to go to sleep. And Shannon brings up that like, oh, well, they wanted me to go play games with them, but they're having the furniture talk again, and Genji's just like, go ahead, like do whatever, like you can go. It's okay to feel human sometimes. We then go to oh right, what's his name? George says that like he needed to go back to the mansion to go get something. And wanted Shannon to go with him. Shannon, so they stop at like what seems like a gazebo halfway through. I'm guessing that's what it is. And they're there and they're like talking and like, talking about like, oh, her upbringing and how she is basically an indentured servitude. Indentured servant, I should say. She basically was like an orphan, and through like proving that like she is like worthy enough to serve the Ushiromiya family, that's how she ended up landing the gig here, and being a servant, and that's why she sees herself as furniture. And apparently this is also where Kanon comes in. Kanon came in, and this is also why everybody takes on that on moniker whenever they come over to the family. That's apparently just a tradition that they do. So she's been with that family for 10 years and been there ever since she was 6 years old. Oh, right. Then I don't know if it's out of nowhere. Gab, you could maybe clear this up for me. Because you know what? Yeah, actually, that is a good question. I didn't think about this either yesterday. George, how often he's not like Jessica lives there. So Jessica's there every day. George is only there when they're doing like these family meetups. How often is George actually there? Like it's like because I hear Battler talking about like, oh, he hasn't seen George in like 6 years. So like I have this idea, but it's like has he not been there in 6 years? Or is he going there like yearly? Is that really clarified at this point? I don't know. Either way, so he starts talking about like how he knows her real name. Shannon's real name is Sayo. And Shannon does not live at the island 24/7. There's a whole bunch of servants on a shift rotation. Shannon kind of happened to be the ones on duty for. Oh, that's right. They did talk about that. You're absolutely correct. Yes, she's not on that island 24/7. But so does that actually mean then that Shannon is like in communication then with George? Maybe. Okay. That's okay. That's a good note to make then. Okay, because my impression was that. Oh, that's right. She wouldn't. Yeah. They do rotate. Shannon and Kanan just happen to be the ones for that day. That actually might seem a little weirder too. I don't know. Either way, George ends up basically proposing to Shannon, and I thought it was weird because he's 23 and she's 16. But for like whatever happens, it happens. They made it a nice big romantic scene. I think gesture wise, it was fine. And then she kept the box, but he pretty much told her like he needed an answer, and it's like, hey, listen, you can put the ring on your finger if you like, and that would kind of give him a confirmation of like her accepting it. After that was done, what else happened? I think they're still over there having their meeting and whatnot. Oh no, right. The Jessica runs into her mother Natsuhi, cause Natsuhi, I think had just talked to, not Rudolph, Krauss. I believe Krauss had just shown her that the gold bars are real, and that they had the imprint of the one-winged eagle on there. And she's like, you couldn't trust me with this information? And he's like, women are so emotional. Nah, not you. Or no. Well, he didn't say that. That's what I implied that he thought. What he said was that I had no reason to tell you. And then later brought up the fact that she's emotional in her responses. That was actually something he brought up later on. And so she goes out. She has a headache. She's clearly upset. Jessica sees her. This might have actually happened before George. I think I may be mixing up my events here. But Jessica talks to her and then is like, oh yeah, it had to have happened beforehand because how did they go to the guest house then? So Jessica talks to her and gives her the little charm bracelet with the scorpion, and it's like, hey, this is supposed to like protect you. And it's one of the rare moments where Jessica and Natsuhi, because Natsuhi feels bad about like having to have raised her child the way that she did, and making sure that like she is a woman and that like she is like honorable to take the Ushiromiya name and that she's educated and whatnot, and it really put a strain on that relationship, and she acknowledges that. And so I think they actually, I don't know if they hugged. I don't think they actually had like a hug moment. But at least the charm was there, and Natsuhi said, I will give you a charm in return from when I was a kid. It was a sweet little moment there because obviously there was some awkwardness, but like it was nice. And then I think the next day happens. So they all go to sleep and they wake up. Upon waking up, we start with Natsuhi, I believe. Hello, Goose. How are you? We start with Natsuhi, I believe. Natsuhi wakes up and... No, we don't. We actually start with Genji, I believe. Or no, we start with Kanon. That's who it is. We start with Kanon. Kanon wakes up. He goes over to the mansion because it's time for breakfast. And he goes over there and he's thinking like, oh yeah, like it'll be ready. And then he's like, wait a minute. Rhoda, I believe is his name. I it's something with an R, and I'm forgetting right now. He's not there. He's like, well, where the hell did it? Goda, there we go. I was close. Rhoda, Goda. Goda's not there, and he's like, okay, that's weird. Breakfast should definitely have been going by now. Time to start. Time to start figuring out where he is. And so I believe Kanon goes to... No, it's Natsuhi then wakes up. We go over to Natsuhi. Natsuhi is just kind of like, she's tired, and kind of expecting breakfast to be ready. I believe she's about to go investigate and like check out what's going on. We call him Emo Toothpick Boy. You call him that. And I said this recap was going to be short, but like I'm trying to piece together and make sure I know everything before going in because I feel like it's all important. When he jumps in, when she wakes up, she gets to the door. I believe she's talking to Genji at some point, and Genji mentions that Goda is missing, or that like he wasn't seen in the kitchen area. And she goes around, she turns, she checks her door, and there's someone who was trying to, right, because she picked up the charm that she hung on the door. And then she's like, well, someone was actually like, it looked like somebody was trying to actually like open my door and scratch through it. And so she's like, okay, that's odd. And by that happening, she's like, okay, what the fuck? We then later find out that not only is Goda missing, because she goes downstairs and she runs into Ava and Hideyoshi. So they're alive and they're fine. But we know that right now, Kyrie, well, we don't know if Kyrie is missing yet because they didn't say Kyrie and Rudolph are technically missing. They did confirm that, or did they? Actually, I don't think they did. I think I came to the assumption that they're missing. But we did know that Kraus is missing, or that Kraus wasn't responding. So we know Kraus is missing. We know... Oh, right. And I was expecting Kingzo to be missing. I was like, oh, he's definitely dead. But no. Goda, the people confirmed missing were Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Rosa. Yes, Kyrie and Rosa. Rosa was the other one that was missing. That's right. They're just playing hide and seek. Duh. So yeah, that's happening, and yeah, there's just a ton of shit that's going on right now. God damn it! Why is my bot not staying online? And this is annoying because why is my internet going in and out like that? All right, it's up. So we shit. So yes, they're the four that are missing right now. So everybody's trying to look for them. They send the servants outside to go and search and see if they're outside or not. And I believe that's where, oh no, okay, we go back and we're Battler again, and then Battler and then we're saying, hey, we're gonna head over to go have dinner. Oh, sorry, go have breakfast. So I think everybody is just getting there, and now everybody is about to start talking and relaying that information now. So yeah, this is gonna be a fun little romp today. All right, I'm expecting some crazy shit to start happening. Maybe we'll actually get to see Beatrice or Maria turn into Beatrice. I don't know yet, but something's about to happen. Didn't seem like anything happened on my end. It's what it is that, oh shit, that's B Edwards. Hi, welcome on in. Sorry, you were purple like Gab, and I didn't even notice that was you. No, what happened is that after stream yesterday, my internet's kind of been phasing in and out. Which reminds me, I need to have a call with Spectrum either today or tomorrow. It's probably going to be tomorrow now because it's getting a little late in the day. But yeah, my internet's kind of been intermittently going in and out. And whenever my internet goes out, the bot disconnects. And I forget to turn the bot on. And so if I forget to turn the bot on, none of the commands work. So yeah, now when Goose does a command, now all of a sudden it's doing something. Anyway, back in we go. I have some apple cider today. This will be nice and relaxing. All right, when the two of them return to the When the two of them returned to the parlor, that's not as loud as it used to be, Goose. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the four children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsu had returned. You still haven't found my husband and the rest. Yes, my apologies. Okay, so they have Kumasawa on breakfast. Kumasawa is alive. She said that she would just need a little longer. The clock read a little past 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host. Well, I mean, we're missing 4 people right now, so... Kanon is now searching outside. Oh! Okay. I was not expecting that. Damn. They did that to Shannon? Really? Okay. After that? She might show up, I think. She might show up. I'm not sure. Also, no one has seen Shannon either. Even Shannon's missing. Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? It's a walk, all right. Yeah, like B. Edward said. You know, they're just playing hide and seek. Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. I mean, you may be a part of it, just not the way that they are. At least that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it belonged to that it was probably Kanon, not Kraus and the rest. Madam, excuse me. Oh, hello, Novelle. How are you? And Beat Rice would never... Really? You sure about that? Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I still haven't. Also, hello. Welcome in. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling by now. Oh, excuse me. You know, that's amazing because I've had to start working out again, and now I'm doing it daily, so I expect I'm probably going to shed a lot of weight soon. When I was bartending, I was pretty much walking or running around about 10 miles a day, just kind of like going back and forth, stepping in and out, in and out, in and out of places, right? And according to like the steps on my phone, I would usually be able to do that. So I would then be like, well, I would eat everything, and I could pretty much eat everything, and like nothing would happen. So my body kind of adjusted to having that kind of a diet where it's like, okay, well, sure. Well, and I would also kind of like neglect my eating times too. So I would have, I wouldn't eat breakfast in the morning, unless the only time I would eat breakfast in the morning is if my shift was at night. Then I would eat breakfast in the morning. If my shift was in the morning, I would skip breakfast, then eat lunch, and then have like one dinner that's like way out there, right? If I worked in the afternoon, I would have my breakfast, and then I would completely neglect eating unless there was something there in the back that I could just munch on real quick. And then I would go and have dinner like afterwards. So it would always be like, maybe I would get like a cheesesteak or I'd eat a pizza or something like that, right? No effect on me like weight wise. It hasn't been until I have suddenly had a sit down job where like, and I eat pretty normal. It's just like, all right, I usually get my, have my breakfast in the morning, like something small. And then like I have my lunch, I have my dinner, but all of a sudden my body's not moving around as much. So yeah, I've had to get back in the rhythm of doing that again. But so today I felt like I earned my breakfast. Like I worked out and then I went to go get breakfast, and breakfast actually felt like it was nurturing me versus just like I'm just eating food for the sake of it. Anyhow, I'm getting off topic. Hello, Poppy. Welcome on in. They probably come plotting back on of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search. I can at least acknowledge that my insane 20s diet is something I can't do forever. Just have to enjoy it while it lasts. That's just very much the truth. You can't do it forever. It's nice to think you can, but that is also going to depend on how active you are too, or what you're doing every day. But yeah, you can't do it forever, and your taste buds grow too. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all of the guests. I actually had my breakfast today was a Biscuitville. I don't know why today it happened. I got the fluffiest damn biscuit today, like right in the center. It was just like nice and soft. The butter just was like just right on it. Holy shit. All I went there was like, I really went there to just go get like eggs, bacon, orange juice. Like that was the important part of the breakfast for me. And then like the biscuit was insane. Like they went off today. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all the guests. Thanks to both of you for all your hard work so early in the morning. Natsuhi left the parlor acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kanan tried to call her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly. What is it? Was there something else? Oh, by the way, Novel, I'm drinking apple cider, the alcoholic kind, the one you hate. It is delicious. Oh, and I also have a funny gas station story. So I didn't get hit on. No, instead, I've seemed to have somebody there seemed to have like picked up on the fact that I knew what I was looking for, and I code switched today. It was very funny in real time to see it in my brain happen. But I go and I'm like, well, I gotta get gas in my car because my car's almost there. And I'm like, well, while I'm here, I can also just pick up like a quick 6-pack, just something to enjoy, because I'm not gonna drink during the week, so I can now have this for like Friday and Saturday. And as I came out of like the big like cooler thing, the guy's like, "Hey man, beer?" And I was like, yeah, no, I know some beers. Like what are you looking for? And it was like, yeah, you know what Mick Ultra is? And I was like, yeah, like they, it's like light beer. It's like that right there. And he's like, yeah, they got any of those? And like, you see them in the single can? I'm like, yeah, nah, that can right there, bro. Like there. He's like, all right, cool. Nah, thank you so much, bro. I was like, you're good. And it was insane because like I'm just like no reason whatsoever, nothing prompted me to. I just code switch back to like that's how I normally talk when I'm like in Jersey. It happened in real time. But yeah, no, I helped somebody get beer today. I didn't get hit on, so I feel very ugly this morning. So not quite as fun as yours. Wearing a red shirt while shopping at Target vibe. Kinda, yeah. Yeah, it's just like, oh, you work here. And I'm like, motherfucker, no, I don't. I'm in jeans right now. What is it? Was there something else?
Hi.
Yes.
旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが、
I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but
その
well, Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but it spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Ava and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
どうしたんや、カノン君。
Hey, what's going on, Kanon-kun?
クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか？
Did you find Kraus-Nissan and everyone else? I'm smiling because my wife's fine.
実は
Actually,
バラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
the Rose Garden storehouse looks strange. Okay. All right, so I thought it would be everybody who was just at the meeting, but apparently that's not correct anymore. It's not everybody, and it also isn't everybody who was in the mansion because Shannon's missing too. Unless Shannon pops up, which I don't think is going to happen now. She really was not the one I was expecting to be missing, but okay.
様子がおかしい
What do you mean?
というのはどういう意味だ
It looked strange.
それがその
It was,
何と説明すればいいのか。
how should I explain it? Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Ava and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? Oh, well, I guess he is he wants to be a little brash at times, and upfront about his feelings. So you know what? Actually, I take that back. Hola, Frost. How are you? What do you mean?
倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの？
Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse?
いえ、中はこれから調べます。
No, no. I'm going to inspect the inside now.
その鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが、
I just now came back to get the key, but
その
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話やないか。
yeah, you want to come along, Hideyoshi? You want to see a dead body? I don't really get it, but it sounds like we just got to look around inside it.
その倉庫の鍵はどこにあるんや？
Where's the key to that storehouse? I gotta say, it was kind of awesome to see Natsuhi actually get praised by Kinzo. I did forget about that. I forgot about that in the recap. Kinzo actually, like, being like, you don't wear the one-winged eagle on you, but you wear it in your heart. That you know what? Actually, that was the other heart. Like, that was the other moment where I was just like, you know what? This game does have some nice moments.
使用人室にあります。
Of course he's coming. The body discovery announcement only plays when 3 people find a body. That's how it works. It is in the servant room.
すぐに中を確かめましょう。
Let us check inside the storehouse at once. Yeah, and then she got the like just stick it right in Ava's face. It's beautiful. That's what happened before we got here. Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor saying that he would go check, but then Ava and Hideyoshi followed after him. I need a better place for this bottle. It is just covering text. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usual fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Ava, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. It looks like a storehouse. It was quite an old shed. And compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. Okay. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. I've been taking a break from Virtual Chef. No more cooking, mama. No cooking, mama. How did it go though? Like, I've never played a cooking. Well, no, that's not true. There was a Cooking Mama game for my phone that I played once. But yeah, come join us. I've got cider. In comparison to the CD, it was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Ava and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
Kanon-kun tachi wa hayai na.
You two sure are fast.
Washi wa shindou ga bakatsu shishou ya.
I thought my heart was gonna explode. You still owe us a cooking stream? I need to get a camera for that.
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。
I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. I got the game not even a week ago and I've been addicted to it. It's always a good feeling whenever you get a game and like you like instantly are like hooked on it. That was Neon White for me in all of 2021 and 2022. I could not put that game down if I tried. But what? What is that? When Ava looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Is that a dead body? Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. In the entrance of the storehouse was a kind of shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find the words to describe what they now saw. Is it time? On the shutter was, which was completely filthy from being exposed to the wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. The number of the witch, or the symbol of the witch. Good enough. There was something that looked like a strange dark red liquid, mucus, or maybe it was some sticky paint, or blood. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on a shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. Really, really bad idea. The bad idea is to touch it and interact with it. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there. The ghastly substance that looked like blood, and a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looks like a cross. I see it. Okay, I do see it. I was gonna say, I was like, what? And I was like, I see. If you look at it, it looks like the Iron Cross. I see it. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe, Germany. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols. What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those? One of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? This version's rain effect is actually making it hard to see. Oh, right, because this one doesn't move. It was surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance. When was this made?
昨日雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、
Last
その
night.
時には何も書かれてませんでした。
Last night, I came here before it started raining and there was nothing drawn here at the time.
他の方々の目に触れる前に
We must do something before anyone else sees this. What? Wouldn't you want someone to see that?
ご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
There are 4 people missing. What do you mean? if 5 people missing, actually. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort. That's right. What do you mean that's right?
ただの倉庫小屋とはいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to.
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。
There's some paint inside the storehouse.
応急処置でとりあえず塗り消して。
Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure.
後日天気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
Then repaint it again someday when the weather is good. I'm sure this will work out well. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... That's right, he had seen it on the door to Natsu's room.
カノン君
Kanon-kun,
さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。
let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay?
たとえ倉庫とはいえ実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home when I was brought up in.
はい、
Yes, ma'am.
すぐに済ませますので。
I will take care of it immediately. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and locked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. Here we go. Here we go. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from the direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Until... Did you just blue ball me, game? Did you just do that? Thanks to a kids program they came across, Mario was feeling much better. Battler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Mario from her perspective. Nanjo's alive. Okay, Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group before that had just left them? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath, a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small silent bow and quickly approached him.
Nanjo sensei, 申し訳ございません。
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies.
至急お越しください。
Please come with me.
何事ですかな。
What is the matter? As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ears, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the television, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, Natsuhi just stood there. They came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a servant cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the servant cart where it was, the three of them dashed towards the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. Uh-oh.
なんだろ
What's that?
う、源氏さんと南條先生と
Isn't that Genji-san and Nanjo? Sorry, Nanjo. I almost got him Nanjo-san. Nanjo-sensei. Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo and...
あれは夏日おばさんか
Are you
な。
malfunctioning?
I am always malfunctioning. I'm never working. I'm very, very poorly held together. And that's Aunt Natsuhi, isn't it?
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
What's up, Aniki?
何かあったのかな。
Maybe something happened.
ひどい慌てようだったね。
They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Ava, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance of the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter. 1 second here. Hang on. Okay, I think we're good. When Jessica and Maria saw that Ava, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance of the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter.
何か事故でもあったとか？
Could there have been some kind of accident?
行ってみようぜ。
Let's go check it out.
俺たちだけのけものなんて面白くねえしな。
It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet. They couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance.
行ってみようぜ。
Let's check it out, okay?
何があったか気になるぜ。
I'm worried something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them.
おい、マリア。お前も来るか？
Hey, Maria, are you coming too?
それともテレビを見てるか？
Or will you watch TV?
マ
Oh,
リアはテレビがいい。
I want to watch TV. Oh.
僕たちだけで行こう。
No, when there is a witch about, you do not let the child sit in front of the television. That just spells disaster. Let's go on without her.
マリアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。
Maya-chan, we'll be back soon.
テレビを見て待ってるんだよ。
You keep watching television, okay? Oh. I just left a 9-year-old child in there by herself. By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea of where they had gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
ジェシカ、この先には何があるんだ？
Jessica, is there something over this way?
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something. Honestly, the TV is a better parent than her own mother is. I mean, yeah. I mean, like, it is messed up what happened, but it's a low bar, yeah. I would still say that the TV can't make sure that she eats or anything like that, but yeah, low bar. I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something.
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked in as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was outside the storehouse. Ooh, excuse me. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi, who had just left the mansion. The ones who had left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuhi realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide.
来てはいけません。
You mustn't come any closer.
お屋敷へ戻っていなさい。
Go back to the mansion. But despite that, we ran right past her. No. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuhi was trying to keep them away from. Oh. Oh, oh, you're over here.
Fuck! Yeah!
Here we go. Inside the storehouse with the shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Yeah, I think it's time. Finally, jeez. Do you know how long I've been holding off on this? My God. Here we go. Jessica's VA has some serious lungs. Yeah, she does. You sure do love to drag this out. What do you mean I love to drag this out? The game took this long. Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Ava spread her arms just like Natsuhi, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face.
ジョージ、みんなを連れて屋敷に帰っていなさい。
Nah, too late for that one, bruh. George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly.
今すぐに。
Right now. When Natsuhi spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of the terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies. I've seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times and before in some of the those more sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't. But that suit, it's Kyrie. Oh, never mind. It's that old bastard, isn't it? It's Kraus. I get it. Then that's Uncle Kraus. And Kyrie-san and Aunt Rosa. Oh, wait. Oh, we triple killed. Ugh. Old bastard is. Oh, right. Oh, shit. Okay. All right. So, all right. Oh, shit. Okay. So then, all right. So who did I say it was going to be? I definitely said Kraus. I feel like I did confirm on. Kyrie, I felt like she def flagged. I thought Rudolph would too, and then like we came into stream and I wasn't sure anymore. Rosa, I don't think I was sure on. I thought for sure Kumasawa was dead and Goda is dead. I did not expect Shannon to go missing, so I don't know if Shannon's dead yet, but okay. So we hit most of the ones that I thought we were going to hit. You mustn't, Jessica. Also, pour one out. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Dad.
死後硬直をほぼ全身に認められる。
Rigor mortis is set in across almost the entire body? So then this had to have happened hours ago then. Wait, whoa.
多分
Most likely.
死後6時間以上は経過した。
Yeah, I was gonna say, if rigor mortis set in, then that's been a minute. The VAs have fun. Boy, do they ever.
損壊部位の状況を見る限り、死後に破壊された可能性が高い。
As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths.
いや、めったなことは言え。
No, I must watch what I say.
私は町医者だ。検視は専門外だ。
I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside of my area of expertise.
ちゅうことは何や。
So what does that mean?
殺しただけじゃ飽き足らず、さらにこんな無体なことをしたん言うんか。
Just killing them wasn't enough? So they went on to do something like this?
悪魔や。悪魔の所業や。
The devil. This here is the work of the devil. There may eventually be an official English dubbed version of this VN. The trailer they made for it has this scene. Oh. Too bad I'll be going through this already by the time the English one comes out. Would save me a lot of reading. This is why you never beat Rice. I'm just shaking my head. Aunt Nancy caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Ava caught George Haneke. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance of a storehouse. Because I'm the main character. If only there had been someone to catch me too. I would have needed to have this horrible evil scene burned into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it didn't look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same. The corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, have been tossed in there. It was years ago, and there's been radio silence ever since. Oh no. Okay, so Okay, that's why that's why you said was / may. Now that sentence makes a little bit more sense now. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kirie-san, Uncle Kraus and Uncle Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san and... Really? They got Goda and they got Shannon? Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me. I can't even count them on one hand. That literally all that means is that there's more than 5. Damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of those gardening tools which, if used for something like this other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality. Or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway. Each one of their bodies jammed in here, having given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces have been plowed. What? Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't even make after death. What the? Oh, okay. I couldn't tell whether the eyes or the noses, I couldn't tell where the eyes or the noses were, but I couldn't find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums okay. But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spent so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. You said it, man. I always thought you were going to hell. But still, not like this though, right? Like, I didn't think you were going like this. I wanted you to go to hell, but I didn't think you'd go out like this though. You weren't such a son of a bitch that you shouldn't have to suffer so brutally. I don't know what's funny about that. It's that he said, I always thought you were going to hell. It's just kind of funny in context of like literally seeing his dad like have his like face ripped out and everything. It's just the line is funny. And Kirie-san. Oh my god, Battler is so he's like unintentionally funny. After watching Higurashi, I should have expected it to be this brutal, but I was still shocked. At first I was surprised they didn't do CGs here, but now I don't mind at all. Your imagination is always worse. Less is more. Yeah, they didn't need to show me the whole the actual thing there. I'm kind of glad they didn't, because then I would genuinely be like, all right, and I would like to now go vomit. And Kirie-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too. Yeah, like I don't know how, well, yeah, it's just better to leave it to imagination, because I was about to say I don't know how you even show that, but now that I just thought about it, I'm like, you know what, never mind. I'm glad they didn't. They've got no faces. No faces. Having context of Higurashi literally just mean that I've watched it before. Doesn't make it hard to imagine. I see. Also, hello, Donnie. I just kind of put you two together, so I was like, Also, Blackjack, the character profile sound played. I couldn't even tell. Battle-san, you mustn't look anymore. So they're gonna update something then. Okay, hang on, give me 1 second here. She was sleeping until now. She just woke up and she was like, Blackjack, I know he's playing UMINEKO, I must go. All right, hang on 1 second. There's like a sound that goes like blue, like it'll do like a small little blue sound, and that means that the profile updates. So, aha! Okay, so we do have 5 confirmed kills, but he said that there was more bodies, so, but I guess he can't, I guess if he can't see the faces, can he really confirm who the other bodies are? So we know for certain Kinzo's alive. We know for certain that Nanjo is alive. We know for certain Natsuhi's alive. Oh. 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 Is it a mystery type game like Zero Escape? There is a mystery, yes. Like Zero Escape, I'm not 1000% sure yet. But there is definitely a mystery. Welcome on in, Fruit Melody. How are you? I heard Counten's voice and I was like, huh? Well, what's happening? Where am I? Oh, snap. There's new stuff. Oh, I didn't even read that. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed in after his death. This is the beginning of everything. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Kyrie, I would say that of all the people here who did not deserve death here, it is Kyrie by like a country mile. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the Demon's Roulette. That's all there is to it. Pretty good. I had my husband buy Zero Escape after watching you play. Oh my God, Fruit Melody, you are going to have a blast. It's... I don't know if you've got the entire series or the entire trilogy, but my God, it is a blast to play through. You'll laugh a lot. You'll enjoy the mystery and everything. It is so much fun. Kyrie was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She really was. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden. Oh yeah, no, I read that already. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. Huh. Oh, we already finished it. Oh, snap. We got burnt out reading everything out loud. Okay. That's awesome that you've already played through it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, because that game is a trip and a half. We were supposed to go through on Saturday. Things happened. But we should be back next Saturday for it, which will be fun because that's my birthday. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. Apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Okay. Also, how the hell do we explain this to Maria? We don't. Or Maria is Beatrice, which is still one of my thoughts. I haven't gotten there yet, but it's still one of my thoughts. Battle-san, you mustn't look anymore. Is it like raindroppy? The sound effect is kind of like, it almost kind of sounds like a harp sound, but not like it's not very loud. It's very like quiet, but it goes like kind of. You mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them. Like, I bet they wouldn't. No. I really have a hard time thinking she would kill her own mother. Well, no, I'm not saying that she killed her mother. What I'm saying is that I think that the witch is probably going to end up, Beatrice is going to channel through her, is what I'm getting at. For your mother and your father's sake, you mustn't look anymore.
安らかに眠る顔ってやつを拝ませてくれるんじゃねえのかよ。
Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right?
顔がねえんだよ。俺の親父とキリエさんの顔がねえんだよ。
They've got no faces. My dad and Kiryu-san have no faces.
どういう顔して死んじまったのか。
I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died.
なんだよ俺は。
What's wrong with me?
親父たちのことを思い出すときはこのくちゃくちゃの化け物みてえな顔をいつも思い出せたのかよ。
Can't face the fear when you have no future or no face. You just can't at all. I don't even know what kind of... Oh, sorry. Well, I have to see these Smash Monster-like faces every time I will remember them?
そいつ最高だぜ。
That's just great.
クソ親父のニヤニヤとした顔を思い出さなくていいんだからよ。
Okay, that's less funny and more sad.
最高だぜ。
Now that one's sad. I didn't want to remember that old bastard smug face anyway. This is great. Just great.
でもよ、
So,
姉さんの顔くらい見たろ。
but why even Kirie-san's face?
キリエさんは悪党じゃね
Kirie-san wasn't a crook.
え。たまにはムカつくと思ったけどよ。
Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then, but she always looked out for you and like she's smart.
ちょいとかっこいい。俺の姉気分だったお人じゃねえかよ。
She was like a cool big sister to me.
こりゃねえよ。
This is wrong.
こんなのってねえよ。
This is all wrong.
クロスおじさんなんかまだマシじゃねえか。
At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he?
顔面じゃなくて側面だぜ。
Are you malfunctioning?
I think he is, yes. It's not his whole face, just the side.
少なくとも顔半分は残ってるじゃねえかよ。
At least he's got half his face left, right? His left face or his right face? I'm confused.
まだマシだぜ、まだマシだぜ。
Is he Two-Face? That's still better. That's still better. I don't know if this is a good time to be comparing. Especially considering company next to you. Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words.
よすんだ、バトラ君。
Yeah, stop it, Battle-kun.
もうよすんだ。
Just stop
もう
it.
よす。兄貴、兄貴。
Aniki. Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. Okay, we're neck deep in this one, everybody. Here we go. Father. The ones lying dead.
倒れているのは
Lying over there are...
クラウスおじさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんに。
Okay, he said more than on his one hand. So there has to be somebody else, right?
ローザおばさん、ゴーダさんで。
Or is that just missing in translation? I don't know. Okay.
5人。
Just those 5, right?
いや、
No. Oh, okay. Never mind.
6人や。
There are 6 people.
ここに
There's
もう一人おる。
one more person over here. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's definitely Shannon then. Okay. Yep. It's 1000% Shannon. Yep. Because now he's got to have his freak out. Yep. Mm-hmm. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in the mountain range of objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right.
じゃあ
So
お父さんの足元に倒れているのは
the one lying at your feet is. Yep.
シャノンなんだね。
I don't. So then why? I don't understand the point of that scene then now. That. Okay. I mean, it does. This would like ignite George, but like, I was definitely expecting that to come into play later, but maybe it still does. And I'm okay. I'm shutting up. I'm overthinking.
Oh,
Yes,
シャノンちゃんや。
it's Shannon-chan. There it is. There's the sound effect we were looking for. So it does sound like raindrops. It's like rain on your wedding day. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. It seems the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. I don't know who this is reassuring. Is this reassuring me or is this reassuring who is being calmed by these words after you can't just say that after everybody's been dead. I mean, I understand why, because they're saying that because of the witches, the epitaph where they're saying yeah, the resurrection of all the dead souls and everything like that. But it's just like in this moment, like what do you mean? She didn't deserve to die, and Blackjack laughs. I hate it. What do you mean? Because this line here is just in context, kind of like, well, who is this for? It's a genuine question. Like, like it's reminding you of the epitaph, but like in context of she just died, and then it's like, don't worry, everyone will be revived. Is kind of, you know, George fell completely silent. He shook slightly his lowering lip. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father.
シャノンも
Well, now I feel bad about what I got hung up on yesterday. Is Shannon
クラウスおじさんたちと
the same as
同じなのかな。
Uncle Kraus and the others? Well, now this is sad. Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words. For those who weren't here yesterday, during the scene where they're, George is confessing, I had a moment where I said, wait a minute, isn't Shannon 16 and he's 23? And I kind of got stuck there. But this is still sad regardless. Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words. So he couldn't give George an immediate answer. It also didn't help that just beforehand I was talking about, like, they were explaining the indentured servitude-ness of it, and then it kind of like it. Either way, it doesn't matter. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shanna was the same, George is 23. Yeah. When George asked if Shanna was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. This is still sad though. Like it's if like you genuinely do love someone, and like this is the person you literally just like was to get engaged to, and you see this, like, this is fucking heartbreaking. This does suck. Can I
見てもいいかな。
look at Shannon?
いや、
No,
あかん。
you can't.
どうして？
Why not?
だってもう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ。
I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right?
その最後の顔。
So why won't you let me see?
どうして見たらいけないんだよ。
What her face looked like at the end.
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か。
The last time you met Shannon-chan was yesterday, right? Yes. Hello, Kanzeon. I've survived the great Churu tussle of 2024. Crowley kept trying to eat the tube. I don't know what that is. But hello, welcome on in. Sorry, we're in a very, very serious, deep moment here. I apologize. I see.
そのシャノンちゃんは
When you left her,
別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや。
what kind of face was she showing you? Oh. True equals cat treats that are akin to Go-Gurt in that they come in squeezy too. Oh, I see. Now that makes a little bit more sense.
素敵な
It
笑顔
was,
だったよ。
it was a wonderful smile. After he had handed her the ring, she hesitated even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. Like, that's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
そうか。
I see.
ならシャノンちゃんもその笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや。
I see. Then I'm sure Shanan-chan would want to leave you with that same smile, with that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. Yeah, this needed George because with Battler, this it didn't hit as hard. It hits much harder here. How inhuman and brutish. I mean, I understand in writing and in character, it does make a lot of sense for Battler to not really have a good grasp of situation awareness and just kind of like speaking from the hip. Shooting from the hip in terms of his emotions. So in character, yeah, like everything that was written made sense, but it wasn't. I don't think the gravity of everything really set in until George started speaking. Hideyoshi is a good guy. He is. He's well-meaning. I think out of like all of the bunch that you have of characters that you have to deal with, you know. The insufferable, I'm sorry, dickish in nature. I would actually say Kirie and probably Hideyoshi. It's actually funny. It's the people who are married who I feel the most sympathy for. And it's just like these three, please, why? Why are you like this? And they're trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet. Then Anu Shiromiya seemed to be the normal of the couples, which would make sense. Was Kanon. Kanon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. That didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he loved as his sister, must have been the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ、
George.
シャノンちゃんはきっと
I'm sure Shannon. I'm sorry, there was something to my feet.
ありがとう言ってるぞ。
Is saying thank you.
お前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。
She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure.
お前が耐えてくれたこと、
She's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint.
分かってる。
I understand.
分かってるよ、父さん。
I understand, Father.
分かってるよ。
I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、
Father,
頼みがあるんだ。
I have a request.
なんや。
What is it?
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。
I want you to look for me.
シャノンは指に
Is there...
指輪をつけてるかな？
Oh... Oh... A ring on Shannon's finger?
指輪？
A ring?
ちょいと見てみる。
Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. Wow, we actually got CG here. I was not expecting that. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Kanan silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
あ
Yeah,
あ、あるで。
there is.
これはダイヤの指輪や。
It is a diamond ring
靴ダイヤとちゃう。
with a valuable diamond. Oh, this. Okay, that. Oh. I just didn't think they would pull the trigger on this so fast. I would have thought that, like, she would have been, like, a part of the whole puzzle and everything, and then, like, it would happen later, maybe. Or, you know, like, some twisted shit would happen. They done broke this man already? Like, damn. Fuck, dude.
なかなかの値打ちもんや。
Oh, Hideyoshi, if only you knew. It must have been pretty expensive.
それは
And
どっちの手の？
which hand? Left hand. Left hand, probably ring finger. Here we go.
どの指にあるのかな？
And which finger is it on?
と、
Hmm.
左手の薬指や。
Yeah.
そっか。
I see.
シャノンちゃん、
So Shannon-chan
婚約しとったんか。
was engaged.
ジョージ、
George,
あなた
don't tell me you...
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。
That doesn't matter. It kinda does.
シャノンちゃんは男に将来を約束されとったんや。
Oh, okay. I get, okay, never mind. Talk your shit, Hideyoshi, my bad. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan.
一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。
Okay, wait. Hang on. Okay, Hideyoshi, I'm not sure if you're completely reading the situation, but I'm with you, though. A man promised her happiness for life.
それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。
Oh. Well... It kind of does a little bit here because it's your son, but who that man was isn't the issue here.
男にそこまで言わしめて。
Hideyoshi coming in for the save. Yeah, he is. He's saving this a lot. Being told that by a man
女の本懐やないか。
is a woman's dream, isn't it?
いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。
I don't know when she received this thing.
誰が渡したかも知らん。
Okay, yeah, he is oblivious then. Okay, all right. He's saying the right things. He's saying the correct things. He's unintentionally coming to the save for George, like completely unintentionally. I also don't know who gave it to her.
だが、
However,
それでもシャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。
even so, Shannon-chan took this ring. So okay, so Ava's aware and knows what happened. Hideyoshi's oblivious and doesn't know what happened.
そしてそれを受け入れ、左の薬指に通したんや。
Then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger.
指輪を送った男も
Or third, Hideyoshi is actually that smart and is indirectly telling Ava to shut the fuck up by saying who cares who it is, and protecting George by saying that. I'm not sure. I want to think Hideyoshi might be smart enough to pull that off. He might be smart enough to pull that off. Because he's very cunning. I'm sure that man who gave it to her
きっと喜んだんとちゃうか
was also happy. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation, was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
そっか
I see.
ありがと
Thank you,
う父さん
Father. George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one. That's impressive, bruh. That could not be me. That could not be me.
行こ
He really is the most grown up out of all of them. Let's go.
う。バトラー君、ジェシカちゃん。
You want to talk about it, buddy? You want to talk about it, George? Yet his glasses still fog up. I mean, it's raining outside too, so. Damn. My bad, George. I'm sorry I gave you shit last stream.
これ以上、僕たちがここにいると。
My B.
大人の邪魔になる。
My B. If we stay here any longer, we will get in the way of the adults.
そうだな
You're right. I also felt bad for giving George shit. Yeah, I just, because in context of that scene, I was like, and, I guess sometimes you just have to look past that sometimes and just understand situationally. It's what would have happened, and it doesn't mean that the feelings aren't genuine. Yeah, that scene hits a little different now. It does. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know that she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression, especially because I said George was very calculating. I think that was like the most damning thing I said about him. Although she still couldn't smile.
バトラーしっかり
Battler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies.
すまねえ
I'm sorry.
ながっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ
Crying like hell calmed me down. I mean, like, you let it out, man. You have to.
親父の野郎普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに
I bet you're laughing at me.
ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって
After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just because you died.
仕方ねえだろ
Well, so what? Rudolph was the only one who, like, legit just flagged it. He's like, hi, for no reason, here is my death flag. I am dying. Just to let you know, going to die here. And then that's when it also raised, to me, it raised Kyrie's death flag. Because, Kyrie was talking to us about, like, you gotta think about, like, the other person's position in, like, certain situations. Flip the game board around. And I was like, nah, that sounds like last minute advice you're about to get when you're about to jump into a puzzle. And then, like, this person's about to die. You know what? I guess the more that I do think about this, that really was a death flag for, that whole engagement thing really was a death flag for Shannon. Damn. Well, so what?
親が死んだら泣くように遺伝子すり込まれちまってたからよ
I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Battler's face was still bright red from the tears. But he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one.
カノン
Kanon,
お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません
you mustn't remain here any longer either.
子供たちを連れてお屋敷に戻っていなさい
Take the children and return them to the mansion. Natsuki had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from battlers. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Kanon those orders.
はい
Yes,
奥様
madam. Kanon rose silently and turned to face Mim. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon, and there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Kanon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Kanon and the children. Yeah, I mean, everybody witnessed this. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuhi started giving orders to Genji.
ケンジ
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I was kind of like, I didn't expect well, okay, so my thinking was this. I thought it would be everybody who was in the mansion would die, right? So I was actually expecting, I thought Kraus would die. I thought Natsuhi was going to die until the charm was given to her. And then that started to make me think, okay, would they go after Jessica? But then I thought, no, that doesn't make sense. They're all in the guest house. They're probably actually safe. It's going to happen to everybody in the mansion. So I went Kraus. I swear to God, I thought Ava was absolutely dying and maybe Hideyoshi would bullshit some way out. So I was expecting Kraus, Ava. Oh, that's right. I thought Kinzo was going to die too. So Kinzo, Kraus, Ava, Rudolph, Kirie. And I thought Rosa was going to stay alive because she's Maria's mother. And then Goda was going to die. I think that's actually how I had it playing out. Dude, Shannon was nowhere on my list. I mean, like, nowhere on my list. I thought she was completely safe. Genji.
すぐに警察に連絡しなさい
Contact the police immediately. We ain't got no telephones. What you mean?
台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうかどうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです
They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next.
わかりました。
Understood.
防災用の無線機がありますので、
Oh, okay.
それで連絡します。
Right, they have money. I forgot about that. There's an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. Which you heard that Natsuhi remembered. That's right. The phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait.
ナチョ先生
Dr. Nanjo,
もうこの場は
is there anything more you can do
ど
here?
うしようもありませんか
残念ながら
Unfortunately,
私には何もできませんな。
there's nothing I can do.
わかりました
Understood.
ゲンジせめて主人たちの顔を
Genji,
で覆ってやることはできません
could you at least cover their faces with something?
このような姿を晒すことは
Expo-
当人にとっても
exposing them like
屈
this
辱
is
的でしょうか
humiliating to them as well.
はい。
Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse. When Ava stopped him with a shrill voice.
ちょっとちょっと
Wait a second.
お待ちなさいよ
Stop.
ここは犯行現場なんでしょ
This is the scene of the crime, isn't it?
なら変に手を加えちゃダメよ
Then we mustn't disturb it.
私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけどそれはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ
We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? I mean, she is right. I hate to say Ava is right about anything, but she's right about this. Natsuhi glared at Ava, offended. Objectively speaking, Ava was right. Even so, she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit. Unfortunately, all of you will be on this little mystery tour where all of you will have to solve it instead of the police. By the time the police here, you police are here, you'll all have it figured out, and maybe more of you will be dead.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。
I agree with Ava-san.
警察が来るまでここは手をつけずにしておくべきです。
Until the police come, we should leave everything be.
奥様、いかがなさいますか？
What do you say, madam?
そうですね。
You're right.
わかりました。
Very well.
ここを閉ざしなさい。
Close it up.
それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
And just in case, we should put a different lock on it. That ain't gonna stop from one of y'all joining them.
別の施錠？
The different lock.
ええ。
Yes.
ここに来た時、シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。
When we came here, the shutter was locked.
ということは、シャッターの鍵を使い、犯人が施錠したということです。
It's gonna be a shame when she finds out that's not the case. That means the culprit used the key to the shutter to lock it.
確かに通りや。
That makes sense.
じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
So does that mean the key that opens this shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on? Nope.
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど。
But from their standpoint, this makes sense to do. They're from the standpoint that this is not like some witch that was able to go in and like kill them. She is correct. Like yes, there should be evidence there. Unfortunately, that's not actually the case. I'm sure it'll be worth submitting it to the police as evidence.
カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。
But Kanon-kun usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. I feel like I need to sometimes, because sometimes I'll get on the point of something, and then what gets lost in translation is how I actually understand it, because I'm so focused on the point.
多分、カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。
It'll probably have Kanon's fingerprints on it.
そしてその鍵はさっき、源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。
Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands.
大した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
It doesn't look like it'll be very useful evidence. Very useful as evidence.
それは不用心でした。
That was careless of me.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
源氏さん、
Genji-san,
この倉庫の鍵は他にもあるんか？
are there any other keys to the storehouse?
いいえ、
No,
この一つだけです。
only this one.
ということは犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し。
Oh, hang on. Hideyoshi's cooking. Hideyoshi's cooking. So the culprit walked out the servant room with that key,
そして律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it. Ah, yes, here we are. Now we're in a killing game. Well, not a killing game, but now we're in a mystery game. Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found, so they use that time to escape. The six weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they had been killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered.
とにかく 一度は犯人が開け閉めをした施錠だけでは信用できません。
Anyway, we can't put all of our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before.
犯人の手からもこの場所を保護する意味で施錠を新たにしたいと言っているのです。
If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it.
いい案だと思います。
I think that is a good plan.
私も賛成です。
I agree. Genji finished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
鍵はどうなさいますか？
What should I do with the key?
私が持ちましょう。
I will take it.
責任を持って警察に手渡します。
I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Natsuki took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of the thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously, with its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like, creepy substance. It swallowed up the bodies of the six. To Natsuki, putting the new lock on wasn't merely to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims.
さあ、行きましょう。
Come on,
皆さん、
let's go, everyone.
南條先生、ご足労をありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanja, thank you very much for your work.
現時は急いで警察に連絡を。
Genji, hurry up and contact the police.
戻りましたらすぐに連絡します。
I will do so as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the six bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Whoo! Damn! Oh, 15 minutes later. All right. Everybody, take a quick break here. I'll be back maybe in about a minute or two. Everybody stretch, take a breath. We're in deep now. We sure are. Get some water. I'm going to get some water myself. Take a moment. It was a lot. It's a lot we went through. We still got more to go through today. So, be right back. I am back. Is it just me, by the way? Maybe it is. Has this felt like the cloudiest, darkest summer of all time? I feel like every day it is just cloudy outside. Like, there's obviously light and it's still like the afternoon. Well, not the afternoon. There's still like sunlight, but like, I just like, there's no lights on in my house other than like the my room. And it's like, I just went to the kitchen to just go get water. And it's like, it is like insanely dark outside. Yeah, we were at an amusement park and had to go home because of the rain. It's just like, it's been nuts to me that like every day just feels like it's supposed to be summer. And like, I got sun and hot temps here. It's not even that it's not hot. It's just like, I feel like it's just cloudy all the time. I don't know what it is, but all right. If everybody's ready, thank you for being patient with me. We're going to jump right on back in here. And let's go. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, and all that could be heard was the sound of the rain. The voices from the kids' TV program Mario was watching. Hang on here. Sorry. Catching something. There we go. We're good. And the engrossed Maria's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Maria as she rolled around laughing at the television. Oh. Whew. Those who returned to the room didn't know how to explain to Maria that her mother was dead and were trapped by a suffocating silence. First, Maria returned their stares with a dubious look because she's like, hey, what happened here? When she realized they were trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. My God, what a huge, huge fucking turn of events. Everyone had already cried and mourned so much, but now they just vaguely sat there, their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Kanan had returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he hadn't been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he simply stared into empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it, how it couldn't have been something from this world, how it must have been the work of demons. Hey, bro, you're the smartest man here thus far. Every now and then, his mutterings produced a question directed at Nanjo. But the latter kept repeating in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene. And he's correct. Sorry, need some water. And that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe that atmosphere was why she tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuki appeared to be unchanged from her normal attitude, and she briskly gave directions. You know, all things considered here, right? Natsuki, who was devoted to her husband, who is a piece of shit, she still is probably the calmest, you know, out of all of this. I'm not saying this because I'm suspicious of her or anything. I'm just shocked that, you know, considering how torn. Well, maybe. I mean, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have any feelings towards any of this. It's just, I'm just I'm impressed that she's kept it together as well as she has. I will go see father.
源氏は急ぎ警察へ連絡を。
Genji, quickly contact the police.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
私も一緒させていただいていいかしら、夏日姉さん。
No, nobody wants you, Ava. I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhine-san.
クラウス兄さんがいなくなった以上、お父様の補佐は私の仕事だもの。
Since Kraus-Nissan is now gone, the task of aiding father has been left to me. Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Oh, this is a power shift, too. Oh, fuck.
その私が夏日姉さんに任せっきりで、ここでくつろいでいるわけにはいかないわ。
It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you. Oh, yeah, that is a problem, isn't it? Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive move in a situation like this. It's almost as if she doesn't care. Yeah, with Kraus dead, Ava's the heir now. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna get nasty fast. She seemed to be claiming that with Kraus dead, the only one to take responsibility shouldn't be his wife, but herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she hadn't been at all happy with Natsuhi, took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation. However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders.
お好きになさるといいでしょう。
Just do as you like. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Ava followed behind her. Natsuhi, you deserved way better than this. You deserved way better than this. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal conditions, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. Because everyone was stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her. Uh-oh.
奥様。
Madam.
奥様。
Madam.
夏日姉さんならお父さんのところへ行ったで。
If you're looking for Natsuhi-san, she went to see father. Oh, he's dead
す
now
ぐ
too.
戻ってくるやろ。
She'll probably be back soon.
どないしたんや、熊沢さん。
What happened, Kumasawa-san?
それが食堂に血が。
Uh-oh. Kumasawa's gonna have a heart attack after all. Oh, bro. Uh-oh. Well, apparently now she's also seeing blood. So, uh-oh. You see, in the dining hall, there was blood. There's everyone in the parlor twitched, which, oh no. Now, Maria's gonna know. Oh no. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would be able to, would be capable of handling. Oh no, because then if, oh shit, oh. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that.
なんやて？
What happened?
食堂？
In the dining hall.
朝食の準備に
When I went to the dining hall
食堂に配膳に行ったら
to set up for breakfast. Ugh. The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps jogged Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battle and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. Okay, so far nothing. I'm curious then. To those who had viewed that gruesome scene in the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimactic. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. Okay, there really was some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood.
ここにも血だまりがあるよ。
There's another puddle of blood over
これ
here.
は一体
Not to be confused with the band Puddle of Mud. What in the world?
だいぶ時間が経っているように見えますな。
It appears that a great deal of time has passed.
おそらく昨べここで殺されたんだと見ていいでしょう。
Oh, okay. So they're seeing where they were. Okay. So this is probably where Goda was killed. Then that's actually a good point. It's either that or somebody else has just died. It's probably safe to say they were killed here last night.
そういうことになるんやろな。
It definitely looks that way.
わしらは昨べずっと食堂で話し合いをしとった。
So are we still hoping that Maria is being babysitted by the television? We were talking together in the dining hall until late into the night.
そしてここに何者かが押し入ったに違いない。
After that, someone must have forced their way in.
父さんたちが打ち合わせを抜けて休んだのは何時だっけ？
Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep?
昨夜の24時を少し過ぎたくらいの頃や。
It was a little past midnight.
だから
So
その後に
we should probably
と
assume
考えるんが妥当やろな。
it happened after that.
マジかよ。
Are you kidding me?
勘弁してくれよ。
Give me a break.
お嬢様、しっかり。
Milady, please stay strong. Man, Battler just does not know what to do at all, man. He's taking this pretty rough. It's just kind of like emotionally he's so used to just being able to play everything off. And now it's just like his dad's dead, his stepmom's dead. He saw the deaths of 4 other people. He doesn't know what to do.
俺はもうさっきの倉庫でこの世の地獄ってやつを拝んじまったから
After seeing that hell on
今
earth
更
in
こ
the
のくらいじゃ
storehouse,
答えねえぜ
this is nothing. Oh, Gab, by the way, and I guess this is for everybody too. I did download just today, and I'll start uploading these as well. I do have the VODs for episode 1 through 5 thus far, and I'll make sure to download 6 tonight. So the VODs are preserved. So if you ever want to go back and watch them, they are here. After seeing that that hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing.
そうかよ。よかったな。
Really, good for you.
私は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだぜ。
I feel like my head's gonna explode.
ここは食堂だぜ。
This is the dining hall, right?
私が毎日ここで食事をして、学校のことをぼやいたり、宿題のことをぼやいたり。
Every day, this is where I'd eat, complain about school, complain about homework,
親父に学校の成績の話をされたり。
talk to my dad about my grades.
そういうところなんだぜ。
That's what this place is to me.
お嬢様、
Milady,
これ以上ここにいるのはよくありません。
it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Y'all visit this place on a year. For Jessica, this is her house. You know, yeah, that's fair. That's also something I didn't think about either. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh.
100万へ戻りましょう。
Let's return to the parlor.
俺の同感さ
I agree.
秀吉おじさん
Uncle Hideyoshi.
この部屋は多分警察にとって重要な意味があると思います
I think this room would be really important to the police.
俺たちが踏み荒らしちまうのはまずいんじゃないですか
Don't you think it'll be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice, along with Kanan as he grabbed the pail and shaking Jessica's shoulders.
バトラさんの言う通りですな。
Everything is just as Battler-san has said.
この部屋にこれ以上好んで居続けることはありますまい。
There's nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room. Najo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd been able to leave to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building of his estate. As Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places inside, even inside the mansion. It was where all of the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us all of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse. It forced us to accept that we really hadn't all been able to run away from that scene of the tragedy. Hang on a minute. Never mind, I'm good.
わしも同感や。
I agree too.
この部屋には犯人の痕跡が残ってるかもわからんしな。
The culprit might have left traces in this room.
素人のわしらがかき回すべきとちゃうで。
Amateurs like us shouldn't stir up the place.
はよ出るんや。
Let's leave quickly.
はよはよ。
Quickly, quickly. Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what Battler had said and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. And nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as though the last person in the room would be trapped there all alone. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Then Genji returned.
お、源氏さん。
Oh, Genji-san,
警察に連絡はつきましたか？
were you able to contact the police? Nope.
申し訳ございません。
Damn, ain't no police investigations here. Y'all gonna have to learn on your own. As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize.
無線機の故障か、それ以外の理由によるものかわかりませんが。
I don't know if it was a failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but...
なんや、警察に連絡がつかんのか。
What the... So you couldn't contact the police?
電話も無線もどっちもダメなんか。
Both the phone and the radio failed?
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
月曜の朝に船が来ることになっていますので、
It
その船の通信機を借りることができると思います。
was one of those things where I was like, oh, that's convenient. Okay, cool. So they have a radio. Because immediately when they said, let's call the police, I was like, wait a minute, your telephone's out. And they said the radio, and I was like, okay. All right, well, I mean, that makes sense. They have money. But then I also kind of, like, in the back of my head was like, but that's also too convenient. And then they answered my question here. A boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we will be able to borrow their communications equipment.
この島には船はないんか。
Isn't there a boat on this island? Nope.
新島の警察署までちょっくら行ってくることはできんのか。
Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department? There's also a typhoon.
秀吉さん、この天気では無理だ。
I was gonna say, Hideyoshi-san, that would be impossible with this weather.
少なくとも台風が通り過ぎるまではどうにもなりません。
At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes by us.
クラウス様のボートは今修理中で島にございません。
Kraus-sama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island.
ですので月曜の船を待つほかないかと。
And therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday.
そんなアホな話があるか。
How could this happen?
6人も死んだやで。
6 people are dead. You know, this always reminds me of the fact that, like, people never pay attention or care about something until the emergency finally happens, right? So you get into situations where, you know, you might tell someone like, hey, it's probably a good idea to, like, just constantly check on this thing every once in a while. Just make sure it's there. It's completely out of sight, out of mind, right? It's something where it's just like, oh, you know, like, you should just be prepared in case it ever happens. And, you know, if it never happens, that's fine. You're glad that it never happens, right? But then when it does happen, it's like you're fucked. Well, here you are. You've arrived, and and I was just like, how could this happen? And we were supposed to be ready for this. There's 6 people who were dead, and it's like, well, Last time there was a blackout was when me and my parents realized we were out of candles. Yep. It's like that's when you just kind of realize it, and you're just like, well, how did we run out of candles? It's like, well, we didn't think about getting any more. So that's how that happened. It's the same reason why, like, I just, I don't ever like buy insurance from like, Best Buy or anything like that, but it's like I make sure that like I have like some things in place in case something happens. It's like if I were to lose my computer today, it's like, okay, what happens then? Am I starting from scratch? Nope. I've got something in place for that. If my, if I were to, my car battery goes out. Oh no, I don't have anybody nearby me and I can't jump my car. Nope. Don't got to worry about that. I have a charged remote battery that I can use in which I can self-charge the car in that situation. Like they're just things like that where I'm like, it hasn't happened yet, but if it did, here we go.
そして電話も無線も通じず、船もない。
The phones and radio aren't working, and there's no boat.
台風が過ぎて船が来るまで、つまり明日の朝までわしらは警察にも連絡できず、この島におれっちゅうことなんか?
So until the boat, the typhoon passes and the boat comes, in other words, until tomorrow morning, we're gonna be stuck here on this island and able to contact the police, aren't we?
ってことはつまり
Which means that it's time for someone else to die.
俺たちだけじゃなく
Not just us.
おじさんたちを殺した犯人もこの島から出られず
But the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island.
そういうことになるね。
That certainly follows.
みんなを殺した犯人はまだこの島にいる。
The culprit who killed everyone is still here on this island.
親父たちを殺した奴は
So
この島から逃げ出せずまだ潜んでやがるってことかよ。
the bastard who killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere unable to escape.
くそくそくそくそ
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it.
見つけ出してやるぜ。警察になんか引き渡すもんか。
I'll kill that bastard. Oh, sorry. I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police.
私がこの手でやっつ先にしてやる。
I'll slice it into bits myself. Uh-oh. Mario had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Now just go back to watching television, I promise. It'll be better for you. Well, no, why are you smiling? Don't smile.
ジェシカお姉ちゃん
Jessica Onechan.
誰か死んじゃったの
Whoa. Did someone die? The way she spoke was completely calm. Just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, can't you tell just by looking at me overwhelmed with grief? She flared up at Maria.
死んじまったぜ。みんな。
Ooh. Ugh. They all died. Everyone.
私の親父もパトラの父さんと母さんも
My dad and Battler's parents. You're gonna realize you're gonna get to a point where you have to say her parent or her mom.
幸田さんもシャノンも
Goda-san and Shannon. And then who else? Who was the sixth?
そしてマリアの母さんも
Oh, she didn't. Oh, whoa. Okay, never mind. She said it with her whole ass chest. And even your mother too.
よすんだジェシカちゃん。
Stop it, Jessica-chan.
悲しいのは君だけじゃない。
You aren't the only one who's sad.
マリアさん、
Maria-san.
ショックだろうが、聞いてください。
I know this will come as a shock, but please listen. What Jessica just said is true.
あなたのお母さんがな、
Your mother
死んでしまいました。
has died, and she's about to be happy as hell.
ママが死んじゃっ
Okay, maybe not happy, but Mama died?
た
Oh.
ああ誰かに殺されちまった。
Yeah, someone killed her.
悲しいだろうがよ。心をしっかり。
I know it's sad, but stay strong.
何人
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. She's about to get excited now because oh boy, here we go. How many people
死んじゃった
died?
6人だぜ
6 people. Yep, here she is. She's about to get excited now.
6人だ
6 people.
くそあんな残酷なことしやがって
How could anyone do something so cruel?
踊ってもんがあるだろうがよ人間ならよ
There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human.
誰だか知らねえが犯人は人間じゃねえぜ
That's correct. Yes, I don't know who it is, but this culprit isn't human.
血の色が赤いわけがね
There's no way their blood is well. I don't know about that part, but
犯人は人間じゃない
the culprit isn't human.
鍵が選んだ生贄なだけ
I'm guessing the fill on the blank here is it's just the sacrifices chosen by the witch or by the roulette. Huh?
おいマリア
Hey, Mario, the fuck?
今なんて言った
Did you say something just now? Mario had just said something. But since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsuhi's loud voice coming from the entrance of the parlor. Oh, he's... wait. I don't want to assume he's dead, but we'll see. Looked like Aunt Natsuhi and Aunt Neva had returned from their trip to see grandfather.
無線でも連絡できない？
You can't contact them even with radio?
こんな時に使えなくて何のための防災無線ですか？
If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio? Like I said, you only care about an emergency when all of a sudden...
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
毎年保守点検はさせているはずなのですが。
It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection? What do you mean by supposed to? Did you skip a year? Because that's what it sounds like you're implying. Your wording confuses me.
ほら、光をチカチカさせるみたいな船舶信号ってあるじゃない？
Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that makes a flashing light?
そういうので向こうの島に連絡することはできないのかしら？
Complacency can be very dangerous, yes. Couldn't you use that to contact the next island?
そのような設備はございません。
We don't have such equipment.
申し訳ございません。
My sincerest apologies. Just then, Kumasawa arrived, pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. With breakfast. Since there was no way we would be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor.
なぜ朝食をこちらに？
Why are we eating breakfast here?
ああ夏日さんそれは後で話す
Natsuhi-san, I'll tell you later.
それよりエヴァお父さんはどうなんや
Ava, how was father?
ご一緒でないところを見ると、
Judging by the fact that he is not with you,
このような事態になっても部屋から出ませんか。
nah, he probably heard the news, waited for them to leave, and is like jumping up and down and bouncing like a baby. Hang on one second here. I'm sorry, but I left you with a ticking clock. I'm back. Judging by the fact, yeah, okay, we said this, okay.
いないわ。
He wasn't there. Oh.
部屋は空っぽだったのよ。
The room was empty. Oh. So he's not going to have, he's just going to be, okay. Okay, yeah, because I was like, we haven't found him bloodied, so we don't know that. Man, the mask that they have on them is like this is actually creepy. Because they're all specific too. All right. Disappeared from his study unnoticed. Kinzo's study has everything from a bed to a toilet to a bathtub, so it's extremely rare for him to go outside. Sounds like me on a weekend. However, he does occasionally go out for a walk on a whim without telling anybody, and his disappearance invariably leads to a huge uproar throughout the house. He usually comes back as soon as he gets hungry. Usually. They only come out at night. They mostly come out at night, or most you know what I'm referencing.
なんやて
What the?
こんな時にどこ行ったんや
Where could he have gone at a time like this?
親方様が書斎を出られたというのですか
Do you mean to say that the master has left his study? Yep.
そうです。私も驚いています。
That is correct. I was surprised myself.
いつの間に部屋を出たのやら。
I wonder when he left his room.
あなたたちに心当たりはないのですか
Do you have any idea? Natsuki looked at Genji and Kanan as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask whether the servants who served directly under the one-winged eagle knew of a place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who knew Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room.
僕たちにも見当がつきません
Even we have no idea. I knew this game was going to be sad eventually, but what the fuck? Why is it so sad? Welcome to the power of a visual novel.
ご存知の通り、親方様はあの書斎の中に、お休みの場所からご不条まで、すべてを設けさせました。
This is why I ended up swapping this out for the Zodiac trial. Because this shit is hitting way harder. As you all know, within that study, the master had everything from a place to sleep to the bathroom.
親方様があの部屋をお出になることなど、よっぽどのことがない限り。
And couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason.
となるとなんや
In that case, what?
そのよっぽどのことがあったって考えるのが自然だっちゅうことになるんか
Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up?
まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
We still cannot be certain that's the case.
とにかく気まぐれな方ですから。現状をご存知なく、お一人で散歩をされている可能性もあります。
Anyway, he is a fickle person, so so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation.
仮にそうだとしたら、一刻も早く現状をお知らせして、ご指示を仰がねばなりません。
If that is the case, then we must act in all haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions.
そうね。
God, her face is so smug. That's right.
考えたくはないけど、お父様の身に何かあったのかもしれないしね。
Although I don't want to think about it, it's possible something has happened to him, isn't it?
そのような不吉なことは考えたくもありません。
I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility. No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of those 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken, the radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and a boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they had lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Everyone thought they needed to do something. They could think of. Everyone thought they needed to do something. They couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their arms while others got irritated. Ava, the sole heir, about the possibility of her father dying. Oh no, what a tragedy that would be. Couldn't even imagine it. That's such sad news. We should really start thinking about the funeral plans for him. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokinjima. After that, we ate the breakfast Kumasawa-san had made us, which felt dry and I mean, I understand why, but that's just really funny. Which felt dry and tasteless. Of course, this was right after something like that had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would also be rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. Kumasawa-san had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda-san had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in a Japanese style. I'm curious what she did. She made them turn an unpleasant color. I'm genuinely trying to think of what that would be. As to what Goda-san had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I couldn't even imagine it. If I did think about it, I'd be reminded of the way Goda-san died, and a sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being, but of course no one made much progress. Ooh, excuse me. Then we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. Ooh, hang on. Alright, there we go. Jeez. First off, 6 people, which included Kraus, my dad, Kirie-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, Shan-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses. She just threw them all into a pot with water and turned the flames. She just said, hey, look, I'm cooking here. Don't mind me. And just was like, just boiled everything in that pot and just did not care. And yet we still couldn't contact the police. I'm just imagining her like cutting up a, like, well, because I was thinking about like what would be in there if it's like a Western culture vegetable. And for some reason my brain then went to like bell peppers. And now I'm just sitting there thinking about her just taking a whole ass bell pepper, not cut, which I mean, I guess in the case of it, you know, you wouldn't want to do that. But like just taking a whole ass bell pepper, throwing it into water, boiling it for whatever insane reason, and then just imagining the terrible result by doing that. And yet we still couldn't contact the police since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So until the typhoon passed, there was nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who we might have hoped would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Actually, you know, I thought about this too. Potatoes would be a vegetable too, right? Because potatoes are specifically like Western. Like, when were potatoes introduced to Japan? Or does Japan have potato? I don't think they do. Or if they do, they don't have it at a high quantity, right? Let me see. Potatoes in Japan. Oh shit, right, they make curry. Wait. Never mind. Hang on. Throw that completely out the window. My bad. They're just not a staple in traditional Japanese cuisine. Right, because normally it's like you go to a Japanese restaurant, there's no potato dishes. Okay. They become more popular in recent years. They probably have a different type. Probably, yes. Okay, yeah. So they have danshaku potatoes. So they do actually have potatoes, but it's just not, they don't commonly use potatoes as part of their cuisine. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's curry. It's definitely curry. I like how I didn't think for 1 second curry with the second I said potatoes and Japan. And French fries, probably. And French frying is probably not an idea that they came up with. Well, of course it's not an idea they came up with. That's probably not an idea they even like started doing until it was introduced to them. Goda-san hadn't made breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should have been able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. there was more than a small chance that he had gotten caught up in this crime. According to Mayata, on their way back to Kinzo's study, they searched for him, calling out on every floor, but were unable to find him. Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume that this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall, and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. You ever realize like the difference in quality of something? Like for instance, like, you know, people will compare like a French fry to like a different place, but you know, for the most part, it's like if I get a French fry is pretty bearable, right? Like no matter where it's from, you get a fry and it's fine. You can always get through it, even if it's like not the greatest fry. There are some Chinese food spots that like if their batter for their chicken or like there's just something off about it, the food is uneatable to me. So that's why I was like, I remember that one night I was talking about getting Chinese food, and then I was like, well, none of the good spots are open. The pizza scale, even a bad pizza, is still audible. Yeah. Like, exactly, yeah. It's like, well, you can only fuck up bread and cheese so much. It's like, yeah, it's like, even if the pizza's just like, I don't know, like Papa John's, it's like, well, it is pizza.
Hi, how are you?
They did put bread and tomato and cheese together, so we're good. Hello, I don't know if this is late XL, late lot 3XL. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Sorry, you came in the middle of a pizza conversation. Or food conversation. But yes, it's Chinese food where it's just like, you can't fuck that. Well, so you can fuck that up, and you can fuck it up really bad. And if it's just off, it's uneatable. But a pizza, you can give me it in like whatever style, even Chicago style, like deep dish pizza, and it's like, I'll still eat this. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed in the dining hall, and then painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe grandfather had already been killed and dragged to some strange place which we simply haven't discovered yet. No one said it out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We go check that all out of the windows. We will go check that all of the windows and doors are locked. We must also conduct a thorough search for father. Did you know that the traditional pineapple pizza recipe doesn't use chunks? It's supposed to be paper-thin slices put on before cooking that makes the flavor complement the tomato. Okay, I did not know that, but that makes a lot of sense. And that's why I kind of sit there and I look at pineapple chunks and I'm like, what are you doing? Like that's exactly what it is to me. That's like disgusting, right? Is that like, if you're going to put the pineapple there and it's supposed to be complementing the meat, right? So you're supposed to be complementing ham. Why are you putting an entire chunk of pineapple on there? You don't want it to bleed so hard into it that it's overpowering that marinara and the tomato. You want it to be complementing it so that you still get the sweetness of it, but then you're also getting the savory ham flavor. We must also conduct a thorough search for father. The children must remain in this room. I think that's why I'm so opposed to pineapple on pizza. Is because I always see it in chunks. I don't see it or like thick slices. If it were thin, I'd be like, okay, that's doable. Eva-san and Hideyoshi-san, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanjo. I understand. I will wait here. Aunt Natsuki followed the servants, Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Kanon-kun out of the parlor. All that was left was Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi. Dr. Nanjo and the 4 children, a total of 7 people. Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait. This poor guy, he's doing his best. He's doing his best, but unfortunately, Ooh.
しかし日曜日の午前中はろくな番組やっとらへんな。
Damn, man, it's Sunday television? Yeah, we're screwed. Though I doubt we'll find anything good in the middle of the day on a Sunday. Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere.
ろくな番組見る
Good show, watch it, watch it. Ooh.
お、そうか。
Oh, really?
マリアちゃんはテレビ見るか。
You want to watch TV, Maria-chan?
じゃあおじさんと一緒に見ような。
Then come and watch with your uncle. Maria was the only one who joined in. Even though Maria had been told of her mother's death, she did. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's like, your mom died. How many people died? 6. Cool. And she's just like happy and back to watching television. She didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they sank absentmindedly into their sofas.
兄貴
Aniki,
聞いていいか。
can I ask you something?
なんだい
What is it?
さっき倉庫で
Just now in the storehouse.
兄貴はシャノンちゃんの指輪の話をしたよな。
You said something about Shana-chan on a ring. Here comes Battler, everybody. I wonder what he's about to say. Kind of hard to gauge since kids don't really understand death. You know, that's a fair point. And especially with Maria as well, I'm kind of like, well, because it's also this too. Because does Maria understand death, but also does Maria care more about the fact that it's like, oh, 6 people died. That matches the witch. Cool. Kind of thing. You know what I mean? But here comes Battle and be like, hey, you? Was that you? Did you do that? You do that? You gave her that ring, right? That was you? That was you, bud? And it's like, Battler, now's not the time.
あれ送ったのは兄貴か。
Okay, it's not as heavy-handed as I thought it was going to be. George Aniki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both his eyes. There could be no clearer response. I bet she'll turn out creepy, but right now I think Maria's normal.
よせよバトラー。
I'm waiting for it to happen. There's gonna be a moment, and I'm waiting for it. Quit it, Battler.
少しは察しろよ。
Figure it out yourself. You're right.
悪いことを聞いたぜ。
I shouldn't have asked. I should have remembered what Kyrie said. I have to turn the game board around and put myself in that person's position and think.
そうさ、
That's right.
僕だよ。
It was me.
彼女に
Last night,
昨べ求婚したんだ。
I proposed to her.
その時指輪を渡した。
That was when I gave her the ring.
明日になったら
I told her that tomorrow
それを好きな指にはめて
she should put it on whatever figure she wanted
返事としてくれって
as her answer.
気ざったらしいことを言ってね。
Guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And poor guy is so self-aware. And that ring had been on the ring finger of Shanan-chan's left hand.
私さ、
Well,
数年前からシャドウに相談を受けてたぜ。
okay, now when we say several years ago, Shannon came to me asking for
ジョー
advice
ジ兄さんのことでさ。
about you, George Nissan.
なんて言ってたのかな。
I wonder what she could have said.
シャノンは嘘をつくのが下手だったからよ。
Shannon was always really bad at lying.
ジョージ兄さんのことを言ってるのはすぐにバレバレでさ。
It was obviously pretty quickly that you were the one she was always talking about.
自分は
Oh, I was expecting more dialogue there. She asked whether it'd be okay for her to get close to
使
someone,
用人の身分だけど親しくしてもいいのだろうかとか、
even though she was only a servant.
男の人の好きそうなものは何かとか、
She asked about what kinds of things boys
ど
like.
ういう服を着たら喜ぶかとか
What kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy.
そんなことをいろいろとさ
Lots of stuff like that.
なんつうのかその
Hmm.
まあ焼けたぜ
Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say that.
それが婚約指輪を渡されて
So then, she was given an engagement ring.
おしまいかよ。
And it all ended right there.
価値観は人それぞれだけどよ
Different people value things differently.
男から求婚されるってのは
But being proposed to by a man,
人生の到達点なんだと思うんだよ
well, it can be the high point of your life.
だからきっと
So I'm sure.
昨夜のシャノンは
Last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy
心の底から
from the bottom of her heart.
生まれてから今までの中で
Happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth. George Hunnicky sighed deeply without raising his head. Or maybe tears hadn't risen to his eyes.
シャノンは昨べゲストハウスの当番だったらしいんだ。
It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night.
シャノンは僕と一緒にゲストハウスに帰るのを恥ずかしがって
But because she was too embarrassed to go back to the guest house with
お
me,
屋敷に行ってしまった。
she went over to the mansion.
シャノンの気持ちを察しろよ
Think about how Shannon must have felt.
婚約指輪をもらえばどんなに予告されてたって普通は舞い上がっちまって頭は真っ白になっちまうぜ
When you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get excited that your mind goes blank.
恥ずかしくて仕方なかったんだろうよ
She must have been incredibly embarrassed.
それでシャノンは
And then Shannon.
当番でないはずのお屋敷へ行き
Okay, alright. I thought Shannon stayed. Okay, then that makes more sense. I must have misread something then. And then Shannon went to the mansion even though she hadn't been assigned there.
そこでゴーダさんの仕事を手伝い
Helped Goda-san with his work
事件に巻き込まれてしまった。
and got caught up in this crime.
僕が
If only I hadn't
あの日
given her that ring
あの場所で
on that day
指輪なんか渡さなければ
in that place.
シャノンは
Shannon wouldn't have.
サヨは
Sayo wouldn't have
事件に巻き込まれなかったんだ。
been caught up in that crime. Uh,
兄貴それだけは違うぜ。
Aniki, that's the one place where you're wrong.
断じて違う。
It's definitely wrong.
だからそれ以上泣くんじゃねえ。
So, don't cry anymore.
Butler 君、そっとしてあげなさい。
Badala-kun, let's leave him be. After Aneva said that, I stopped talking to him. Misplaced words of comfort might actually do more harm than good. Yep. Jessica sat down to Aniki and put an arm around him. Maybe only Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed that relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Ava and sat down in the opposite sofa.
バトラー君は強いわね。
Badala-kun, you are really strong. You
もう
really
だ
are
いぶ
strong.
しっかりしているように見えるわよ。
It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself.
まあ ほら、愛の深さが傷の深さじゃないですか。
Well, look, the depth of love becomes the depth of the wound, right?
俺は別にあんなクソ親父同志の方が知ったことじゃないし。
After all, it's not like I know how that old bastard died. It's not like how. Wait, what? After all, it's not like how that old bastard died has anything to do with me.
キリエさんは気の毒ですが、まあ本当の親ってわけじゃないですしね。
Feel bad about Kirie-san, but, well, she wasn't my actual parent. That's not a reason why you don't have to feel sad.
あら
My,
と
my.
いう割にはさっきすっごく大泣きしてたわよ。
If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then.
まあ育ての親に対する恩はあのくらい泣けば OK かと思いまして。
Well, I did think at least that much crying was due to due his gratitude to the parent who raised me.
そのあたりの切り替えの速さやドライなあたりは本当にルドルフ譲りね。
The speed of that changeover and that dry tone must have come from Rudolph.
あの子は昔から激しく喜んだり悲しんだり怒ったりしたけれど、
That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry. And, I mean, he gets it from his daddy.
すぐにケロリと平静を取り戻したわ。
But he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards.
そんなことはないっすよ。
It's nothing like that.
俺だってまだまだ心のショックから立ち直れちゃいません。
I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet.
ただ俺がみんなと違うのはそれによってどういう感情が生み出されるかってことだと思います。
I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kind of emotions it stirred in me.
どういうこと？
What do you mean? I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. Ooh, some new music. That wasn't because my sadness was any less intense or because I had already recovered. My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion.
悲しいっていうよりは
Rather than sad,
腹立たしいって気持ちなんすよ。
I'd say I'm more pissed off. Okay.
どこのドイツがこんなことをしやがったのか。
What bastard did this and where?
横っ面に一発お見舞いしてやらないことには腹の虫が収まらねえんです。
It's kind of been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. That's what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I sat there overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my
親父たち
knees.
が殺されて以降この島は台風に包まれたままです。
Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon.
つまりこれだけの上等を決めてくれやがった野郎は
Which means the bastard responsible for all of this is still somewhere on this island.
そういうことになるわね。
Yes, that would seem to be the case.
今も暗い森のどこかに身を潜めているのかしら。
I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in that dark forest even now. I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kirie-san the night before. You did. That's right. After the letter from the person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not a 19th person actually exists.
エヴァおばさん、
Aunt Ava,
この殺人
do you think this murder
昨べのベアトリーチェの手紙と何か関連があるんでしょうかね。
has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night?
ああ、例の？
Ah, that one.
さあ、どうかしらね。
Well, I wonder.
あの手紙はお父様が遺産問題に絡みたくて出した怪文書という見方で兄弟は一致したんだけれども、
All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's
そ
inheritance.
れと今朝の事件に関係があるかは今の段階では分かりかねるわね。
As to whether that and the case this morning are related, it's impossible to tell at this stage.
あの手紙本当にベアトリーチェなんて魔女が
Was that letter
マリアに
really
渡したん
given
す
to
か？
Maria by some witch called Beatrice?
まさか
How could it be?
全部お父様の仕組んだ茶番でしょ。
I need to know what Masaka literally translates to. Because that's actually probably a good translation. of what what the intention of that word is. I'll say of what the intention of that phrase is. I feel like any time I hear it, it's interpreted correctly in translation, but I genuinely actually don't know what literally it means. All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? I'm actually gonna look it up right now. He made Shannon-chan or someone wear a dress from the portrait to trick Maria-san, right? Maria-chan, right? Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull?
ゆうべキリエさんとベアトリーチェは実在するんだろうかって話をしたんですけど
Last night, we talked with Kirie-san about whether Beatrice actually
キ
exists.
リエさんも俺たち18人の中にベアトリーチェがいるだろうと言ってましたね
And Kirie-san also said that Beatrice was possibly one of the 18 of us.
そんなの当然じゃない。
Isn't that obvious?
この島には私たちしかいないのよ。
It's an interjection used to express disbelief, although it is also used in conjunction with other words. What's the literal... What is the literal translation, though? Like, what is it literally? Sorry, I'm delaying here. There's no one else on this island besides us, right?
なら私たちの中の誰かがベアトリーチェを語ったに決まってるじゃない。
Then there must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice.
この島には俺たち以外はいない
There's no one else but us on this
で
island.
すか
You think?
当然でしょ。
Obviously, right?
私たち以外の誰がここにいるっていうの？
Are you saying that there could be someone else here other than us?
こ
Yes.
の島には私たちしかいない。
The word Masaka doesn't literally mean it can't be. That makes no sense. The phrase it can't be has a pronoun, an auxiliary verb, and a copulative verb. That's too much stuff for a single word to represent. Right, that's why I'm confused by... Okay. Although, to be honest, you could translate Masaka as could it be... Well, you could translate it as a lot of things, and it would be correct half of the time, even if it sounds a little weird. Basically, what the word Masaka really means is something you don't think will happen. Okay. It can refer to anything that is unlikely to happen, to be, or to exist. It's literally the word to be, mas, and then adding ka to the end of it as if it's a question. So it's taking the verb to be and then making it a question. So masaka, how did I not put that together? Oh, that's oh, never mind. Literally, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm good. Are you saying that there could be someone else here other than us? No one is on this island except us. And you know what's funny? I didn't even read the rest of the article. I just finally put it together in my brain.
18人しかいない。
There are only 18 people.
ならベアトリーチェを語るのも18人の中の誰かしかいないじゃない。
So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kirie-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Aunt Ava had constructed an argument that complicated her opinion at least was the same. Except if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly because now you're down to 12 people who possibly did this. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could have been passed off as a prank set up by someone else. However, if we're assuming that there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words,
19人目がいないなら
if there is no 19th person,
親父たちを殺した犯人も18人の中にいるってことになっちまうじゃないですか
then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right?
つまり今この屋敷にいる誰かが殺したってことになる
So, in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Ava smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should be more obvious from the very beginning.
犯人は倉庫の中に6人の遺体を運び込んだわ。
The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse.
でもよく倉庫の中に運び込めたわよね。
But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think?
あのシャッターは常に閉められていて施錠されていたそうよ。
That shutter is always closed and locked, right?
つまり倉庫内に運び込むにはシャッターの施錠を開ける必要があった。
In other words, in order to carry them into the storehouse, the culprit would need to unlock the
わ
shutter.
かる？
Understand?
たまたまその日シャッターが開けっぱなしになってた可能性は？
Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day? No.
使用人たちは常に閉めていると言ってたわ。
The servant said it's always kept locked.
つまり鍵を使用人室から持ち出さなくては倉庫は絶対に開けられない。
In other words, unless the culprit took the keys from the servant room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse.
鍵は使用人室の一つしかないんすかね？
I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one.
源氏さんはそうだと言ってるわ。
Ava, why are you trying to provoke Battler to do something? I mean, that's what she does. And Genji-san said that was the case.
ということは犯人はそのたった一つの倉庫の鍵のありかを知っていて持ち出した。
Which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it. This is no.
さっきカノン君が使用人室に鍵を戻すところを見たわ。
Just now, I watched when Kanon-kun returned the key to the servant room.
壁にびっしりと鍵がかけられていて、とても素人にはどこに何がかけてあるのかわからなかった。
The wall was packed with keys, and I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to.
犯人はその中から倉庫の鍵を見事選び出したの。
Well, I mean, and also to be fair to them, I'm also making the supernatural argument because we know. But, like, why are we not thinking for a second that, well, then, how do you get 6 bodies down there, right? The wall was packed. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those.
しかも札も何もついていない鍵を手にしてバラ庭園裏にある倉庫の鍵だと理解した。
Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden.
ついでに言うと倉庫の場所すら理解していた。
And that means they also knew where the storehouse was.
もっとはっきり断言するわ。
I'll say it even clearer.
犯人は使用人室の内部にも熟知している。
Okay, so yes, you're pointing it to Goda, Kanon, or well, actually, well, that or the old lady. But I mean, then you're really kind of pointing it at Goda at this point. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice wouldn't have been able to tell them apart. This means the culprit was someone who went into the servant room a lot and was familiar with the location of the keys. I mean, at this point, she's incriminating either Goda or Kanon. The family members didn't normally go into the servant room, which meant that...
ってことは
Which means that
使用人の誰かが
one of the servants is
犯人。
the culprit.
悪いけどそれ以上はおばさんも言えないわよ。
I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that.
でも一つだけ教えられることがあるわ。
However, I'll tell you one thing.
なんすか？
What's that?
犯人たちは複数で、そして十分な武装をしていたと考えられる。
Okay, that's that's getting a little bit more reasonable. It's reasonable to think that the culprits are multiple in number and fairly well armed.
だってそうでしょ。
They'd have to be, wouldn't they?
食堂にいた兄さんたち4人を一度に襲って殺し、合計6人分の遺体をようようと バラ庭園の向こうの倉庫まで運んで悪趣味な化粧と落書きを施している。
They had to assault the four in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for the disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the shutter. And then also scratch out their face? I don't know.
これだけのことを単独犯で行えるはずもないでしょう。
That part I do agree with. That there's no way a single person could have done all of this. It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, but it would take so incredibly long. It's probably safer to assume that a significant number of people were involved.
Phew.
Ooh.
ってことはエヴァおばさんは
And so what you're saying
使用人の人たちがみんなグルだろって言ってんすか？
is that maybe all the servants were in cahoots.
静かになさいな。
Please keep it quiet, okay? No, family conference prank gone wrong, gone sexual, gone murderous. Please keep it quiet, okay? See, I feel like I feel like Ava here is being manipulative, right? So Ava is saying this, and that's not necessarily to say that Ava knows everything that's really going on either. But I think that she has to, at least to some degree, believe or know, like with that witch letter, right? So she's throwing Battler off the trail here with this. And I only say that because she is a very manipulative and very conniving person. So
憶測で言っちゃ悪いわよ。
it wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation like this, right?
それにもし本当にそうだったらどうするつもり？
And if it really is true, what would you do next?
彼らは私たちを生かして返さないでしょうね。
They might not let us leave here alive.
しかも兄さんたち4人をやすやすと殺した相手なのよ。
This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others.
今この部屋に残っていてまともに戦えそうな人間はうちの家族の3人にせいぜいバトラ君で4人ってところ。
Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family and maybe you, which comes to a total of 4 people, right?
状況は昨晩と何も変わらない。
Yeah, she's trying to gain allyship. Yep, okay. We're no better off than they were last
つ
night.
まり
Because she's in the position of power right
私たちを
now.
皆殺しにするなんて簡単なことなのよ。
In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us. And it is strange. I do find it strange that you two were the ones to, I believe you two, like, didn't they say like they dismissed themselves early too? So if anything, that evidence really circles back to you, if anything. I mean, I do genuinely believe there's gonna be a witch that shows up. I have been playing detective with Aunt Ava, trying to expose the person who had killed Dad and the rest before the police did. If only I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick the proof in their face. Also, if it was the servants, why would Kanan go along with killing Shannon? Yeah, that's also another thing too. That doesn't make sense either. I've been so sure, just like in one of those detective movies, that the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would only surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. The culprits behind the crime of this island were far from helpless, and might even be able to massacre all of the remaining people here. And on top of that, this island was like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder.
あくまでも可能性の問題よ。
Well, it is just a possibility, right?
でも私は使用人の人たちをまだ信用できないのよ。
But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet.
それに 私は使用人だけを疑ってるわけじゃないわ。
And that does mean I only suspect them.
さらに黒幕がいるかもしれないと思ってるわよ。
Yo, is this peak I see? It is. If anything, we've gotten to the height of the story. It seems like. Hello, Noelle. Welcome on in. Join us for a good time. We're deep into. I'm assuming deep into Umineko's long. But yeah, we're into pretty deep into what seems like chapter 1. Chapter 1. So I guess if you have played this before, this is just after we found the 6 bodies. And now we're discussing it. Well, it is just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet, and that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all of this?
黒幕
A good time. This is not. Well, yes, it has not been a good time, literally in story. But in terms of trying to piece this together, it's been a fantastic time. A mastermind.
どうしてですか
Why do you say that?
勘よ。
It's just a feeling.
使用人は書いて字のごとし。
Think about what the word servant literally means.
誰かに使用されて手足となる存在よ。
It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right?
殺されたのは後宮家の親族ばかり。
It was a bunch of Ushiromiya family members who got killed. Oh, well, I mean, okay. I mean, technically she's technically kind of correct here, right? She's technically right. Oh wait, never mind. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. No, she isn't. You no, okay. I was gonna give her a pass on Shannon because George planned to marry her. And then I forgot about Goda, and I was like, never mind, throw it out the window. Never mind.
なら、その結果で利害が発生する人間が関わるのは当然。
So naturally, there must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. This was also plain and clear. The Ushiromiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties to the Ushiromiya family and who was involved in the inheritance problem. But my problem with that is that Aunt Ava probably read a few books in that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants even if they use different reasoning to get there, especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect that one of the servants was involved.
だから
And that's why
なぜか気に入らねんすよね
I don't like it.
気に入らないって？
What do
何
you-
の話？
What do you mean you don't like it?
あいやいやこっちの話っす
No. I'm just talking to myself. I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around like I'd learned from Kirie-san, this is exactly why a servant couldn't possibly be the culprit. If the servants really were the culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. That's what I was thinking too. I was like, that doesn't make sense. Why would they put them there and then be like, yo, let's check here and then self-report? This is self-reporting. Boom, bum, 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 bum. Why on earth would they use the Rose Garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that could unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think about it, the more we think of the servants as the culprit, the less reason they had to carry the bodies into the storehouse. But what if they knew we'd think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, that's completely impossible. When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out that murder, some traces excuse me, will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it in this way and look at this murder game from the culprit side, yeah, also there's the question of like, well, then how did they escape? They would know that like, oh, well, we're stuck on this island for the next like 2 days until Monday when we can finally escape. Like, yeah, like it kind of falls apart when you start thinking about it. And look at this murder game from the culprit side. It's hard to imagine why they'd want to call attention to the corpses. They swim really good. Is it fun to read this after finishing it and seeing everything you missed, you know? It is fun to read. I see this after finishing it and seeing everything you missed, you know? I love UMINEKO so much. I have found that the people who really enjoy UMINEKO are like, they genuinely enjoy watching it again, or at least seeing like somebody else play through it to see like their thoughts and everything on it. Like, I don't feel like, I feel like there are other visual novels where it's like, if somebody's played it before, they're ready to jump on you and tell you, oh man, did you know this? Did you know this? Did you know this? But like UMINEKO readers are kind of like, I'm very curious to see what you're like what you're gaining from this. And then seeing like, you know, like, okay, well, you know the result. So it's like, okay, what did I miss? What can I gain? And I really, really do enjoy that. Granted, I don't know shit, but it makes it very fun. Hang on here. Shit. There we go. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a police report, or it might make the remaining people more cautious, or it might make the survivors start to search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just like the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called It's I said, fuck it, you're gonna get this self-promotion. Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. I think there's a lot of content in this story, and also just sharing the love of the forum makes it that much better, especially since you already know you're in for the long haul too. Yeah, it's a ride. It's literally longer than the Bible itself. A book I have never read from start to finish. Every story needs to have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Eliminating that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Right now, we don't know where Grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. Oh yeah, that's interesting too. We don't know where he is either. But the state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer. I also just love how, like, that letter was read, right? And we all know about the epitaph, and no one, like, literally no one is sitting there going and being like, you know, it's very interesting that it said that it needed 6 acts. No one's doing that. It's crazy to me. This content is making me want to defenestrate myself. All right, Goose. I'm gonna take away words that I'm gonna take away words from you. For those who don't know, defenestrate is to throw yourself out the window. This is like Date saying, this is just like when I played 999. Yeah. Yes. It's Latin. It's well, it comes from Latin. D meaning out of, fenestra meaning window, defenestrate, throw yourself out a window. The culprit has obviously nothing to gain by showing us the bodies in such a obvious way and making us all realize there's been a murder. In fact, this is perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must be the culprit's goal in and of itself. So at the very least, the culprit. Also, hello, Poya. That would be crazy if Dante did just say that. He's like, this is just like when I played 999. That's how I became a detective. At the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the devs themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display. To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. This point in time, the vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except the malice directed towards all of us. Malice towards all of us. Is it? Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to one of the 6 victims. Uncle Kraus's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kirie-san brought me sorrow, while Aunt Rosa's death brought Maria sorrow. Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants. Shannon-chan's death brought grief both to George Haneke, who had proposed to her, and Kanan-kun, who had loved her like an older sister. Everyone now on this island has received an equal amount of sadness. Aunt Ava was sure that the servants were in cahoots, but then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Shannon-chan? Yeah, that's where that all completely goes out of the window. At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by the 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, which I also thought was the sussest of all of it, because right now, if you look at Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, alive. Their family's fine. She just became the heir. She's now the heir with Kraus dead. And we don't know where Kenzo is. So right now, the sussest looking person here is Ava. Even on Ava, and I don't even think it's her. I still think this is witch magic, right? Even on Ava, who had directed suspicion at the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, could not be ruled out as a suspect. In the first place, she was able to argue that the servants were suspicious by focusing on the shutter's key. But if you look at it from a perspective of motive and who would gain, Aunt Ava's name rises to the top of the list. Get out of my head then. Nobody asked you to get in my head. I know what you're thinking, Battler-kun.
What?
Does Maria have a father or is she an orphan? I forget. I actually don't remember. She has a father, but he left. Okay, thank you. I did not remember. Huh? Oh no. Please don't tell anybody. That father's a lucky guy. Abandoned Rosa while she was pregnant. You know, look. I don't like to say this and I would say 99.9% of cases, but father probably made a smart business decision there. He didn't. You do not want to be involved with the Ushiromiya family. It's a shame that like he abandoned the child, which still you reprimand him for, but I mean the other option was that he's stuck in this shit. Oh no, please don't tell anyone. About how my head's so full of obscene stuff. I'm the one who's gonna gain the most from these murder. Excuse me? Since I'm the one who's going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open. I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work. The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings. But right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All of the assets of the Ushiromiya family will become mine. That's actually exactly what he would say, yes. If Uncle Hideyoshi heard you, he'd say, could you give it a rest? It's not funny. Sorry. I was just fooling around since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over.
私を疑わせるためのものではないかと思ってるの。
That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me.
困ったことに昨べのアリバイは弱いわ。
Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak.
聞かせてもらってもいいですか？
Could you tell me a bit more
昨べのことを。
about last night?
バトラ君たちも知っている通り、兄弟が遺産をどう食いちぎり合うかという話し合いは深夜まで続いたわ。
As you know, the discussion between the siblings on how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late in the
で
night.
も何時まで続いたかは知らない。
But I don't know how late it lasted.
私と主人は朝が早かったからね。
My husband and I had woken up early that
も
morning.
う眠くて24時を過ぎたあたりで抜けさせてもらったの。
We were so sleepy, and a little past midnight they let us
そ
go.
してゲストハウスに戻って休んだわ。
We then returned to the guest house and rested there.
それを秀吉おじさん以外の誰かに証明できるっすか？
Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that?
いやいや、別にエヴァおばさんを疑ってるわけじゃないっすよ。
It's not like I suspect you or anything, okay?
あら、どうだか。
Oh, are you sure about that? Listen, bro, she has serial killer vibes.
証明になるかわからないけれど、ゲストハウスに戻ってきた時、源氏さんに出迎えを受けてタオルはいるかと聞かれたわ。
But when we returned to the guest house, we were greeted by Genji-san, who asked if we needed a towel. Same. Oh, hello, Alan. Oh, I'm going to lurk a bit, but I hope you have a fun read. Thank you, Noel. It was good to see you again. Glad you were here. Enjoy your lurk. Alan, enjoy your lurk. Have you been lurking this whole time? Because I was like, I don't remember you dropping in. But hello.
だから私たちがゲストハウスに戻ってきた時間は24時過ぎだと証明してくれると思うわよ。
I think that should be enough to prove we return to the guest house a little after midnight. Of course I have. Okay. Well, it's good to have you here.
もっとも私の仮説通り使用人たちもグルなのだとしたらこんなのアリバイにならないけどね。
Though if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that would actually make for much of an wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi.
確かにそうっすね。
Hey, you've got a point there.
ってことは、俺、今、真犯人と推理ごっこをしてるってことになるんすか？
Yes, that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh? Don't forget I owe Goose 10,830 caps. I'll give it to him after stream, yeah.
でも私の名誉のために言わせてもらうけど遺産目当てだったならこんな変な殺人はしないわよ。
Oh, he will forget? Okay. Show me what your caps are right now, and then next stream, when your caps are higher than that. I know we did last time too. Just wait until I prove you wrong. If I was after the inheritance, I'd never commit such a bizarre set of murders.
だって遺産相続権を喪失させるだけならどんな死に方だって構わない。
After all, if I just wanted to make them forfeit their rights to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to me how they died.
むしろ事故死に見せかけた方がスマートでしょ。
It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents.
使用人たちを抱き込んで周到に計画していたならなおさらそうするでしょうよ。
Especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plan that involved even the servants.
確かに、そうっすね。
You've got a point there.
営利で人を殺すなら、それは常に殺人に見せるべきではない。
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like giving her points. You know what I mean? Like but the less points I can give her, the better I feel. You know?
そういうことよ。
Exactly.
だからおばさんは今からとてもブルーな気持ちなわけ。
That's why I'm in such a blue mood.
警察には黒幕扱いされて散々調べられるでしょうね。
But are you a blue moon? Ooh. I'm a poet, I am. The police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. And they should.
やだやだ。
Not fun at all. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter... Yeah, I did say that right. Aunt Ava shrugged with a bitter smile. Lame joke, you can do better. I'm just... It was just easy to accept Aunt Ava as it was to suspect the servants. So if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her suspicious as she is? However, if that sort of argument always works, then motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards knowing the culprit. Alright, I'm confused now. It feels as if the game is like yelling in my face almost that like I'm wrong about all this, right? The game is almost yelling that there's going to be like it genuinely there is going to be someone amongst us who actually did this, right? But like everything is like it's straight up the witch, but and then like how is the resurrection going to happen? It has to be a witch at the end of the day, right? But I'm really unsure because the game feels like it's telling me something completely different and that there's actually a mystery to solve, not just the puzzle itself to solve, but a genuine actual mystery to solve here that's really throwing me off, and I don't know how to really feel about it yet. Okay. And that's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, clearly preventing their motives from being discovered. Man, I don't know. I know nothing good will happen, and that makes me sad. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like it's just that it's just that there's a witch here. Like that's the answer. And I feel like they're intentionally just like circling around that and not getting to that. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth? Or are they? Or are they? Aunt Ava didn't want to talk anymore after that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little bit. As I looked over the parlor, I saw George, Aniki, and the others gathered talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to that time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see. Since Maria was second only to grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant.
多分こんな感じだったと思うで。
I think it was probably something like that.
十字架をアレンジしたみたいなマークが書かれとったんや。
There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross.
そしてこんな感じで外周の円を取り囲むように妙な文字がびっしり書き込まれていて、十字架の上下左右の辺とその四隅にも何か書かれていたんや。
And then surrounding the circle all around the perimeter with these closely packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross, and in the four corners there was something written.
アルファベットとかそういうのとちゃうで。
It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. Okay, when we're saying alphabet, are we talking about like the English alphabet or the Japanese characters?
あれはよく言う古代文字とかいうやつや。
It was what they call ancient characters.
あと円周部の頂点に小さなマークがありましたな。
And around the top of the circumference, there was a small mark. The English alphabet. Okay, the Ushiromiya alphabet.
小さな丸を5つ十字状に並べ、それぞれを直線で結んだようなマークでした。
The Ushiromiya alphabet is very pretentious and only includes money symbols. 5 small circles assigned in a plus sign and straight lines connecting them.
ああ、確かにそんなのも書いてあったで。
Yeah, there definitely was something like that drawn there.
図形的には間違いなくこれや。
Yep, there's no mistake in the shape.
細かい文字はわからんが配列はほぼ同じや。
I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I stared down at it too. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that looks even rougher. From what I'd heard, this had been painted on the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. This sure is unsettling. Man, you want to look at Maria's crown real quick?
こんなわけのわかんねえもんを描きたがるのはじいさまだけだろ。
Grandfather's probably the only one who would want to draw something this weird.
まったくどこに行っちまったんだ。
Seriously, where did he go? Damn, that's crazy. Natsuhi was supposed to die.
とっ捕まえて意味を聞き出してやりたいぜ。
I want to grab him and ask him, what the hell is this supposed to mean? Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She'd gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit. She hadn't gone as far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but seemed sure that grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiromiya family to the occult, 10 out of 10 people would think of grandfather. Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, this strange mark would have no meaning, which meant that it has no meaning. This might have been something addressed to grandfather. That's right. And the reason the crime was shown to the survivors was so they'd find this. In that case, where had grandfather, the essential recipient of this message, disappeared off to?
こんな図形に何か心当たりはあるかい？
Does this shape ring any bell? Is everybody not like this? Has nobody thought for 1 second? Maria, that's interesting. How you have the same iron cross shape on your head and this crown that you wear, and like no suspicion. Okay, maybe it's not the exact same shape, but still, the like iron crown like on her head that she always likes to wear with the cross symbol, and no one sus. Oh. Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she was enthusiastic because this was her area of expertise. However, her appearance was that of something separated from the events at hand. Although this thing hadn't been drawn on the shutter close around her mother's corpse.
僕の第一印象ではどこか外国の十字章に似たデザインだなって思ったかな。
How would Maria be able to kill 6 full adults? It's magic. Oh shit! I skipped it. My first impression was the design that the design resembled a German cross. Correct.
確かにこんなデザインや。
It certainly does have that kind of
という
design.
ことはそのどこぞの国と何か関係があるんか？
Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? I sure hope not.
その国の十字章はもともと聖地巡礼者を守るための騎士修道士たちの紋章だったそうですな。
The German cross was originally a crest from a religious order of knights and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places.
つまりこの魔法陣には宗教的な意味があるってことかよ。
So in other words, this magic circle might have some religious meaning.
ますますにちんぷんかんぷんだぜ。
This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Okay, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. Okay, huh? Yeah, like I said, look at it. Maria was smiling, an eerie and incomprehensible expression on her face. Personal space, please. Yeah, it was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression I wouldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. Ah, shit. Okay. All right. And can you just, I need you to back up. It's COVID hours. It's 60 feet, no longer 6 feet. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh. Something I didn't want to believe was possible, even though I was looking at it right in front of my eyes. You even have fangs. See, I knew it. What do you mean you? Gosh. Okay, thank you. All right. Yep. Cool. 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 All right. I was ready for that, and it still freaked me the fuck out. I don't like it.
全然違うよみんな
Nope. 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 You people aren't even close. Yeah, I was waiting for this. I was like, we're delaying way too long for this
こん
shit.
なの見てわかんないかな
Can't you tell just by looking? All right, that's nightmare fuel. Thanks, game. While everyone was busy being scared out of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily by herself. After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. Please get this off my screen. But her expression still looked like she was belonging to someone completely. Please get this off my screen. Different from Maria.
これは太陽の7の魔法陣だよ
Oh, thank God. Okay. This is the 7th magic circle of the sun.
書かれてる文字はヘブライ語
The characters are written in Hebrew.
貸して
Give it here.
あ
Sure. Do you think she's being possessed? That I've had that thought before we even talked about like the second I heard something about a witch and I saw Maria, I'm like, yo, bro, she's gonna be possessed. I think I said that back in like episode 2. Maria stole the writing materials from the stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn.
ね
Oh, I don't like that.
こんな図形だったんじゃないかな
See, it looks sort of like this, right? Yes,
そんな図形だった
it was.
マリアすごいな
Maria, incredible. Hey, remember when I said I know nothing good will happen? Well, this is not good. I don't want to be here. I have to be here.
さすが詳しいぜ
You really do know a lot. I don't think that's the... Oh, I mean, sure. Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. That shit ain't working. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew. Nope. But Maria didn't answer her in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
天地と左右に書かれているのは風化水道を司る天使たちの名
Oh, Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, I'm familiar with them. Water is someone new, though. Written on the top and bottom of and left and the right are the names of the angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water.
カサン、アレル、フォルラク、そしてタリアハド
Chasan Audio? Good luck with that one. Forlock and Taliahad.
そして斜め四方には4代の王たちの名
And the four corners are the names of the four great
アリ
kings.
エル、セラフ、タルシス、ケルブ
Okay, Ariel, Seraph, Tarsus, and Cherub.
合ってる
Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they'd seen, when they were once again shown something identical, it wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo, when Maria asked whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
間違いないそうや確かにこんな文字が書かれとった
Holy crap, those are all real supernatural entities? Yes, they are. I believe they're all a part of Hebrew and Judaism. So, like, I mean, like, it's also where we're, like, you know, when we get the words, like, seraph and cherub, and when we're referring to angels, that's where those words come from. This is an actual magic circle. The game didn't make them up. Yep. I imagine it's probably actually real. They wouldn't go into that much detail if it wasn't. I can infer more if I knew more about the Hermetic Magic 66. I mean, I don't know shit about it, to be honest, but yeah.
なんでこんなん書けるんや
The only thing I'm familiar with are the names. The names all sounded very familiar, and I'm like, that has to be a part of actual either Judaism or Hebrew. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is right now. How were you able to write something like that? You're like 9.
あと演習部にも文字が書かれておりました。
There were also some characters written around the circumference.
分かってるよ。
I know.
こうでしょ。
Like this, right? Mario quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
旧約聖書の詩編第116編の16節と17節だよ。
Okay, there we go. Okay. So then it is Judaism then. So this would have been like Hebrew text from the Bible. It's from the Psalms of the Old Testament, the 16th and 17th verses of the 116th Psalm. I don't know Psalm 116. If you get me to Psalm 91, I know what I know.
聖書くらい読んでなきゃ。
You must have at least read the Bible, right? Acting as though knowing this was the only common sense, Mario laughed. I believe it's Psalm 91 is the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. I believe is that one, correct? I've only been baptized into 3 different religions in my life. I should know. It's Psalm 91, correct? Oh, I have it wrong. Oh, never mind. Psalm 91 is... Oh! That's right. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadows of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, my refuge and fortress, my God in whom I trust, for he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler and from the deadly pestilence. Where is... Why did I think that's... Wait, hang on. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. It's Psalm 23 is that one. Okay. I'm mixing them up. 23 is the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Mario laughed. For personal experience, I can tell you that Psalms verses are often used in protective magic. That would make sense. That would make sense. Because I feel like the Psalms are used when, especially like during like Palm Sunday and Ash Wednesday. I feel like they're commonly recited. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, George Haneke returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak.
すごいね。驚いたよ。
That's incredible. I'm surprised.
それで、この魔法陣にはどんな意味があるんだい?
So, what meaning does this magic circle have?
太陽の力を借りる魔法陣だよ。
It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun.
黄金で描き、護符にして身につけたる者はいかなる牢獄であろうとも、束縛から逃れ、自由を得られる力を授けられる。
He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want the ooze back. Too late. You too late. Too late.
束縛から逃れ
To break free from the bonds
自由を得られる
and gain freedom.
意味深だぜ
It sounds deep.
この束縛という意味は何も肉体的なものだけを指さないと解釈されている。
The word bonds is not limited to its interpretation to some kind of physical object.
だから縛られて牢屋にいる人ばかりに意味があるわけじゃないよ。
Therefore, it does not hold any meaning for people locked up in an actual jail.
しがらみや逃れ得ぬ運命など精神的な束縛からの解放も意味してるんだよ。
It can also refer to the release from mental bonds such as ties of obligation and inexplicable fate.
しがらみや
Ties of obligation
逃
and
れ得ぬ運命。
inexplicable fate, you say.
これまた意味深だな。
That's also pretty deep. That's pretty deep.
しかしさっぱりわからん。
But I really don't understand.
それとあの6人の遺体とどんな関係があるっちゅうんや。
What does this have to do with 6 bodies?
束縛からの解放どころか殺された上に倉庫に閉じ込められてたんやで。
Far from, sorry, what does it have to do with the 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in a storehouse, weren't they?
別にその6人のために魔法陣が描かれてるわけじゃないね。
It's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sakes.
魔法陣のために6人はそこにいるんでしょう。
The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle.
お気の毒だよ。
It is truly pitiable. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Maria just suddenly becoming a savant all of a sudden.
どういう意味だい？
What do you mean?
魔法陣のために6人がいるってのは一体。
What in the world do you mean when you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointed finger and waggled as if she were Dikembe Mutombo.
それは演習部に書いてるよ。
That's written around the circumference.
読めないかな。
Can't you read it?
詩編第116編16節と17節。
Psalms chapter 116 verses 16 and 17.
読んであげるよ。
I'll read it for you.
主は私の枷を解かれました。
The Lord has freed me from my
私
chains.
はあなたに感謝の生贄を捧げ、主の皆を呼ぶでしょう。
I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord. You know, speaking of Hebrew, this reminds me, and I think this is when I started to become very disillusioned with religion. I still remember when I was taken to a church when I had to have been probably like at least 10 or before I was 10. And there was like, you know, they would do like this thing where they would bring like 4 people from like the pews and bring them up there and they would be speaking in tongues. And they would like go ahead and like it almost looked like they were stiff arming you or like just pushing you on the head, and then you would like fall back and it was like the Holy Spirit like what was Pentecostal, yes. And they would like send you back and be like, oh, and you would like fall back on your knees and whatnot, and then it's just like, the Holy Spirit has taken over and her like the demons have like gotten out of her body or whatever, right? And I remember they did that with me with like speaking in tongues, and they were like telling me to like do something a certain way, and I just started making it up in real time because I'm like, I don't know what the fuck what am I doing here, right? And so like I didn't know what to do. They were just kind of like he's like I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. So at just some point I was just kind of like making noises by pushing my tongue to the back of my like or roof of my mouth and just going blah, 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 blah. Like I don't even remember the sounds, but I was like trying to imitate what like other people were doing, and they had just taken that as if it were a word and just like, oh yes, speaking through him, and I'm like, what the fuck what? I just made that up. I didn't know what I was doing. Crazy. I will offer you reset that. See?
ねって
See, you say.
何を言ってるのかさっぱりだぜ。
I've got no idea what you're talking about.
生贄だ
You're saying
ってのか。
they're human sacrifices. If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. That's actually funny because that did happen, and then I went to a Catholic school, and then I was baptized Catholic when I was in high school. That's why I know like all of the like Ave Maria. I know the Hail Marys and stuff. Like I like it's just ingrained in my brain forever, even though I haven't thought about it in a long time. Then it was saying the sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So human sacrifices have been offered inside the storehouse where the magic circle had been drawn. Raised Catholic, that stuff gets beaten into. Yep. Sometimes literally. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion. Some people were shocked and others spat out that this was insane as they punched their knees. They're starting to get incredibly disturbing. Really? It's just starting to? And we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circles or curses other people believe in, but I won't pick a fight with them. But did they really kill Dad and the rest of the sacrifices for crap like that? I just couldn't stand that feeling. Compared to this, I preferred it when we were still in disgust about the theory, about the fight over the inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window. Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was that letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world. That's right. When I think back on it, that letter was an invitation from the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us inhabitants of the day into another world. The phone and the radio had been interrupted and the island was shut off by the typhoon, so you really could call this place another world cut from the real one by now. Yeah, as this island is now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters for human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So, what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something? It's hopeless, it's hopeless, I don't get it. The inside of my head's all screwed up and I don't even know what to think. Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together and they started to suck me in. Unable to resist, I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust to my mind and body as I started getting sucked in. It's been a weird day. I started losing heart. I began to recall a memory from when I was small. It was from when I was very young. I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie, and for a while I hadn't been able to go to the bathroom by myself. That old bastard gave an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey, battler. Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such? It's because they don't It's because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them and go to a lot of effort making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say rather than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and angry wives are 100 million times scarier. I'll go further, okay? I don't care who did it. They killed Shannon, so I just want revenge. Just a little chat with the killer, that's all. Well, I don't know how well that chat's going to go for you, Goose. From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion, something for people who've got room to relax, both in their hearts and their lifestyles. They had so much. All right, buddy. They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with such unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff. Yeah, it's starting to sound like a bunch of crap, ain't it? Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Sorry, the music took me for a second. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on this island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kirie-san. You see, in both chess and shogi,
終盤の終盤、詰めの最後の段階に入れば入るほど最善手は限られてくるのよ。
when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could make gets smaller and smaller.
だから自分が追い詰めている、
Therefore, if you're backing someone
あ
against
る
the
いは追
wall,
い詰められているというその時、
or if someone is doing the same to you,
両者の手は限りなく読みやすくなるのよ。
both players' moves become infinitely easier to read.
つまり完全に追い詰められて打つ手なしって思ったその時こそ最も読みやすい瞬間なのよ。
In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it is easiest to read your
で
opponent.
も守勢に立った人間はどうしても考えが固くなって相手の手を読むことにまで考えが至らない。
However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves.
そういう時はね、
That's when you
チェス
spin
盤を
the
ひっくり
chessboard
返す。
around. That's when you do a barrel roll. With all my strength, I slap my slap my face with both hands. Now my eyes were truly open. When you don't understand anything and you're completely cornered, just like I am now, isn't it the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While on the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? Hang on here. There we go. First off, at the time when the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early the next morning. In short, the culprit had to begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, that bastard tossed the corpses into the storehouse. Then was even kind enough to say, "Here they are," with that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we had all been dim and hadn't noticed a storage shed, the corporate's goal would not have been achieved, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit. Since this morning, they must have been watching our move with bated breath. After all, if we had been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The defacement of the bodies had occurred after death, so it hadn't been the means by which the culprit had killed. If it didn't mean anything to those who had been killed, it did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. It's also making me wonder if they're... Okay. It's not a well fleshed out thought, but okay. After thinking this way, I really wanted to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lately. Who just danced to that tune? If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the great Ushiromiya battler the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who will start wanting to sneak in through the window. The next thing that had concerned me was the so-called magic circle on the shutter. As Maria, who had shown that her knowledge of the occult rival grandfathers had recognized that magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that the amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of the occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would naturally suspect Grandfather. Did they want to make us think Grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake. However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, it had been written in Hebrew. So this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone with knowledge of the occult. That leaves 2 people. A message is a form of communication. Just love this. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction. For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter, but did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No, it was a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this show, this cult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Maria had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who had asked us to enjoy a battle of wits. Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Will we be sucked up by her occult game first? Will we be pulled off her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves? I can think of a reason. I realize I haven't saved in a while. Let me save real quick. And give me a quick second here. I'll be right back. Whew, okay. This game does a great job at making me feel sad about everything. Well, it's a pretty heavy it's a pretty heavy VN. It's really heavy. I didn't know what I was. I genuinely did not know what I was like completely getting myself into. I didn't think it was gonna be this heavy, but I've been enjoying it. This has been a lot of fun. I finally noticed that the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again. Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, some deep in thought. Some irritated, some acting depressed. What do you mean acting depressed? They just are. Maria was once again enjoying the television as if she never left it. It looked like she found the commercials more fun than the boring program. She happily yelled, "Ooh," and giggled. Stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room. I mean, I don't trust Ava. I mean, I'd love to figure out how you did it. Right now, Nazi's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Oh, I mean, but I don't think it's her. Then we shouldn't say in this room. In this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Aunt Nazi was behind this. Why would she? I mean, yeah, she would absolutely kill Kraus, but like that Kraus is literally her leverage. Why would you kill your own leverage and then put yourself in a position worse? And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. That one, you're losing me on that one too. Anyone could be guilty. Anyone. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. I think she's too loyal to the family to kill anyone. Yeah, like literally too loyal to her, like, bonehead husband. Also, she was asleep and was, like, shocked that, like, there was something clawing at her door. Like, that doesn't... I mean, Battler wouldn't know that, but, you know. Still, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest sure are taking their time. Of course, it's not a small mansion, but isn't this taking a little too long to just walk around checking the windows and doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Natsuhi in shock. The talk I had had with Aunt Ava started to creep into the back of my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all of those 6 at once.
驚かせてしまいましたね。
What? Man, they love themselves some Western culture, bro. She pulled out a full-ass shotgun. Forgive me if I've startled you.
万が一に備えて持ってきたものです。
I brought this to be prepared for the worst. After all, that thing in Natsuhi's hand was a rifle. I'm sorry, a rifle. I'm sorry. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. But it was unusually short and kind of like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had the weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy. We will protect our family with the power of friendship. And this gun.
それは金蔵さんの銃ですな。
That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it?
ご存知でしたか？
Did you know about it?
そうです。
That's right.
お父様の古いコレクションの中にあったことを思い出し、探し出してきました。
I remembered it was in Father's old collection, and I managed to find it. Headache Migraine MILF has evolved into Migraine MILF with a gun. Whoa. Awesome. What do you mean awesome, Battler? She has a gun in her hands.
夏日おばさん、それ本物なんすか？
Natsuhi-san, is that thing real?
ええ、本物です。
Yeah, it's real. Want a taste?
実弾を発砲できますよ。
It can fire live ammunition. I don't know if you want to say that out loud.
昔お父様は野鳥を追い払うのに使ったりしていました。
Long ago, father used it to scare away wild birds.
あら懐かしい。
Ah, that takes me back.
どこから出てきたんやら？
Where did you find that thing?
私がいくら触らせてって言っても指一本触れさせてくれなかったやつよ。
No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay even a finger on it.
へえ、
Oh,
じいさまこんなの持ってたんですか？
grandfather had one of these.
知らなかったですよ。
I didn't know about that.
お父様は昔西部劇にどっぷり使ってたことがあってね。
Long ago, grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films. For being in Japan, everyone seems pretty chill with a gun suddenly appearing. That was my thought too. And then the second you said that, I was like, oh, right. They're Western weebs. They're Ameri weebs. They're like, this is the coolest fucking thing that could have possibly happened right now. This occult shit? Oh, the shit's for the birds. A shotgun? A rifle, I mean? Long ago, grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films.
あの世代はこういうライフル銃が大好きなのよ。
That generation really liked this kind of rifle.
結構年季の入った銃のようですね。
Is that a Winchester? Oh, okay.
でもこんな短い仕様のは初めて見ました。
But I've never seen one that short before.
あ
Ah,
あ、思い出したわ、その銃。
I remember. It's that gun.
懐かしいな。昔好きやった映画のガンマンが派手にぶっ放しとったやつだわ。
That's the one Steam McQueen fired off in Wanted, Alive or Dead.
お父さんも渋いな。
Steam McQueen. Father sure has good taste.
親方様がだいぶ昔に
It is an
アメ
item.
リカより特別にお取り寄せになられたものです。
It is an item the master ordered specifically from America, especially from America long ago.
ご覧の通り実銃ですので、どうかこの件はご内密にお願いいたします。
As you can see, it's a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this.
手に入れられたばかりの頃は大層気に入られておりまして。
He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it.
撃つより薬莢を出す動作が面白いらしくて、裏の森でいろいろとカッコつけて遊んでおられたもんですよ。
It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time.
しかし物騒ね。
It's rather disturbing.
そんなものまで持ち出しちゃうのかしら。
Are you sure you should be dragging this out?
万が一に備えてです。
This is to prepare for the worst.
族はおそらく一人ではないでしょう。
There was probably more than one offender involved.
しかも主人たちを6人も殺した恐ろしい相手です。
Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I thought she said Kraus, and so I was like...
私には主人に代わって皆さんを明日まで守る義務がありますので。
I have responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow in my husband's place. As Natsuki-san said this, she slumped down into one of the sofas, took a deep breath, and then went to fucking sleep. She had been trying to find grandfather as well as check the doors and windows. Since grandfather wasn't with her, she probably still didn't know where he was.
屋敷内の戸締まりは厳重に確認してきました。
I carefully checked all the doors and windows throughout the mansion.
ですが、万が一ということもあります。
However, we must be prepared for anything.
みんな、なるべくここに一緒にいた方がいいでしょう。
I think it would be best if we all remained here.
そうね。
Oh, good point.
ここに全員が集まって相互監視をしている方が安心だわ。
If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure about keeping an eye on each other.
それはどういう意味ですか、エヴァさん。
What do you mean by that, Eva-san?
別に。
Nothing really.
夏日姉さんの意見に賛成しただけよ。
I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy atmosphere between the two of them. If you think about who was the most suspicious from the inheritance problem standpoint, Aunt Ava was the obvious answer. However, there was no proof that Aunt Natsuki was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of Grandfather's complicated pranks, and think of this crime as just an extension of that, it's more than enough reason to suspect even Grandfather. Also, Aunt Natsuki thought the criminal was on the outside, but Aunt Ava thought the criminal was on the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. They're really pushing this, and I cannot get a read on this. They're really making you balance back and forth between that. That same question had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner with the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. I feel like Beatrice is going to arrive, and then that finally we can throw this question out the window. Hello, Ice Pick. How are you? So, was the culprit among us, or not? And were they sus? And did the witch Beatrice exist or not? If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can't exist, you're basically saying that one of these relatives here who share a common bloodline is the culprit. This read something crazy? What was it? If that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character of the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain, none of us could break the silence. Of AEW's 10 highest rate, that does not shock me at all. That does not shock me at all. I imagine the highest rated is probably, if I had to guess the top rated match, it's actually a match I just showed people. It would have probably been Jamie Hayter's first title defense against Hikaru Shida. Is probably the top rated one. But telling me that eight of the top rated are Shida and Emi Sakura, not shocked at all. That does not shock me. It would either be that one. It is Shida versus Hater. Okay, I was gonna say it's either that or a lot of people were really high on the Rosa Britt Baker match, but I don't even that's probably in the top 10. I would say that one and also Shida and then like Shida probably when they were fighting for the TBS championship, Shida and probably what's her name? Serena Deeb. Shida and Deeb is second. Baker and Rosa. That's how fucking good I am. That's how good I am. I just like you just start thinking about them. Venny's probably in one of them too. It's probably in one of those matches because there was some good matches where they would bring over Emi Sakura and they would do like some good tag matches together. So yeah, no, that doesn't shock me at all. Like some of the best matches that they've gotten are from Joshi wrestlers or women who have come over from Japan. Emi Maki Venny versus Shida May and Rin is fourth. That does not shock me. It's just like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Luncheon and the servants, and that's why it also shocks me that they have not put for the time that they had Emi Sakura over, that they did not put a title on her at least once. Luncheon and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened, and the island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Natsuhi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room, but when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. However, in order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the three servants to go together and held a shotgun to their heads. A rifle to their heads. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had been packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed that terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating much. Everyone tore into their lunches in silence.
私が洗いますから、源氏さんとカノン君は少し休んでいてくださいな。
I will wash the dishes, so you can rest a while, Kanon-kun, Genji-san. Nyla Rose is someone I really want them to start bringing back to the main roster and utilizing her again. But yes, Shida and Nyla's, which was Shida's first title win, was very good.
何か飲みます?
Do you want something to drink?
私は結構。
I don't need anything.
カノンは
Kanon.
僕も結構です。
I don't need anything either.
お二人とも早朝から大変だったでしょ?
You two must have been so busy and so early in the morning.
参ってしまうのも仕方ないことですよ。
It's no wonder you're worn out. And then Tenez, Mercedes, and Willow. I'm not shocked that... Toni Storm is a great wrestler, and what's really gotten her over is the gimmick. So, but like, if I went through like her matches, I don't think there is one of those matches I would put... I mean, like, I would consider maybe one of them in the top 10, but like, I don't think she's had like a, oh my god, over the top, like, yes, this match. So yeah, that list isn't bad. That list is pretty good. The two, well, I mean, okay, there's one or two matches I'm thinking with Toni, but Toni is a good wrestler, but I don't think she's had like the banger opponent yet. It's no wonder you're worn out. The only noise was that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded throughout the kitchen. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed. Just as Kumasawa had said, those two had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But that didn't mean they couldn't let it show in front of the relatives. Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the silence had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered, Shannon, why did she have to die in such a horrible way? Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck. You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent once again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief. Whoa, hi. That was just the music, right? Nothing new showed up here. Kanon's expression was filled with grief.
シャノンちゃんが死んじゃったなんて
To think that Shannon-chan's actually dead.
未だに信じられませんよ
I still can't believe it.
本当にかわいそうに
Poor thing.
もう会えないなんて嘘みたいですよ
Not being able to see her again feels like a lie.
もう一度あの子の笑顔が見たかったのに
I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with him, with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse, so she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When what the fuck? This music. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. I mean, it's appropriate. It just I was caught off guard by the what did Beatrice-sama do to that Shannon? Sorry, why did Beatrice-sama do that to Shannon? If she wanted to sacrifice, there were plenty of others to choose from, and more deserving people. Why? Why? It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less lucky, you or I might have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Hello, Cinema Gaming. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate. Genji-sama. You said the door to Madam's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter. Indeed. It was an unsettling mark. Almost as though someone with blood-stained fingers had been trying to pull out the doorknob. No, scratch through the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. So does this mean Beatrice-sama came to visit Madam's room and tried to open the door, but couldn't? Genji thought back to the time he had seen those traces of blood on the door to Natsu's room, with the substance sticking to the door around the doorknob, and the marks of something scratching against the door. It had definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't. How
奥様は生贄を免れたんだ。
did the madam avoid being chosen as a sacrifice?
もし奥様が選ばれてたなら、
If only she had been chosen,
シャノンは
Shannon wouldn't. Oh, damn. That's right. Oh, he's actually right about that. So the intention was to, okay, wait a minute then. So the charm saved her, right? So then that means that the intention was actually to kill Natsuhi. Wait a minute. He's right about that. So Shannon was just there, right? So Shannon was just there. So there's a possibility that Shannon could have probably lived then, even if she went. So because Kinzo was alive this morning. So the intended people to die were Natsuhi, Kraus, Rudolph, Kirie, Rosa, Goda. And this line stayed alive? What? They mentioned that they went to like Okay. If only she had been chosen, Shannon
シャノ
wouldn't.
ンは死ななくて済んだのに。
Shannon wouldn't have to have died. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised.
面白そうな話じゃねえか。
That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there, so don't mind me while I interrupt. So I went and looked myself. Tony's highest match is 15th. Fair. I really hope Kanan isn't trying to blame her for Shannon's death. No, that's not what that's not what he's saying. He's saying that so the killer's intention was to get her, and instead the other thing had happened. I don't think he's saying quite that.
俺も混ぜてくれよ。
Let me join in too. Yeah, he's speaking out of grief. Right. Before any of the servants realized that Battler was standing in the doorway to the kitchen.
バトル様、
Battler-sama,
これは失礼いたしました。
how rude of us. Genji-san and Kanan-kun stood up, surprised, and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing their discussion.
便所って言って抜けさせてもらったのさ。
I was told I was going to the bathroom. I told them I was going to the bathroom, so they let me go. I said I was putting my makeup on.
ずっとあの部屋に閉じ込められてると窒息しちまいそうだったからな。
I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer.
水でも飲ませてもらおうかと思ったら面白そうな話が聞こえてきたんでよ。
I was about to come ask you guys for some water, but then I overheard something pretty interesting.
頭なんか下げなくていいぜ。
You don't need to bow your heads or anything.
今の話の続きを聞かせてくれよ。
Please, let me hear the rest.
今のは別に。
That just now wasn't really...
ちょいと前から話は聞かせてもらってるんだ。
I've been listening to you for a while.
今さら隠すなよ。
Don't try to hide it now.
だから、
So I'll ask
パンと
directly.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ？
Who is this Beatrice?
どうやらおとぎ話の魔女ってだけじゃなさそうだな。
She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kanan-kun inverted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Uh-oh.
ゆうべまでなら俺は無関係さ。
Last night, this would have been none of my business.
だがな、今朝からは違う。
But after this morning, everything's changed.
親父たちを殺された時点で、俺は立派な関係者だ。
Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business.
俺にも、 そのうさんくさそうな話を聞かせてもらう資格があるはずだぜ。
I have the right to listen to the suspicious story, don't I? I glared into Kanon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. It's an interesting decision that Battler's making here. Kanon had to stand on his toes, and it looked like it hurt a lot.
バトラさん、
Battler-san,
手を離してやってくださいな。
please let him go.
別にカノンさんは隠しているわけではないのです。
Kanon-san isn't really hiding anything.
じゃあ話してくれたっていいじゃねえか。
Then you won't have any problem talking about it, right?
仲間外れたら寂しいぜ。
It's lonely being out of the loop, you know? When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and spoke, "Thank you." In his expression were faint traces that he'd made up his mind to do something. Apparently he had no intention of hiding it.
お話しすることはできます。
I can tell you about it.
ただ、バトラ様がお気を悪くなされるかもしれませんので。
Kanan only hesitated because you might have taken it badly, Battler-sama.
躊躇なんて男らしくねえぜ。
Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you. Oh, jeez, Battler.
内緒にされる方が気持ち悪いさ。
Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having it kept a secret.
聞かせてくれよ。
Tell me about it.
どうせ明日までできることはないんだ。
It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes.
多少はうさんくさい話の方が退屈も紛れるってもんだぜ。
A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Kanan-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
わかりました。
Understood.
何でもお聞きください。
Please ask us anything.
お話しします。
We will talk.
ああ。
Right.
じゃあ聞くぜ。
Then I'll ask.
ベアトリーチェってのは一体何なんだ？
Who in the world is Beatrice?
俺が知ってる限りでは、ロケン島の森に住まう魔女ってことになってる。
All I know is she's a witch who lives in the forest of Rokenjima.
森に入ると危ないからってんで、ばあ様あたりが作り出した脅し話だって聞いてる。
I've heard it's a story grandmother or someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous
違うの
forest.
か？
Is that wrong?
いえ、違いません。
No, it isn't wrong.
その通りです。
It is as you say.
ベアトリーチェ様はロッケン島の森に住まわれる魔女であらせられます。
Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokenjima.
バトラ様、
Battler-sama.
にわかには信じられないでしょうが、
I don't expect you to believe us all of a sudden.
ベアトリーチェ様は存在するのです。
But Beatrice-sama exists.
親方様に莫大な黄金を授け、長いことおそばにお仕えした実在する方なのです。
Finally, somebody who's talking some sense. She's a real person, the one who gave the master a vast amount of gold and who worked by his side for many years.
はあ？
Aww.
よせやいよせやい。
Nah, come on.
じい様の受け売りを言うのも給料のうちだってのか？
Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? Oh, excuse me. I laughed like it was a joke, but neither Genji-san nor Kanan-kun laughed. Not even Kumasama Bachan, who was avoiding my eyes, flustered, and she started washing the dishes. So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing, painfully, bitterly.
なるほど。源氏さんが断るだけはあるぜ。
I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it.
こいつは確かに正気じゃ気を悪くする。
If you really mean it, of course I take it badly.
つまり、ベアトリーチェっていう名の人物は実在するんだな。
So you're saying that a person named Beatrice really exists?
はい。
Yes.
親方様がこの島にお屋敷を構える以前から
She was working for...
お使いしている方でございます。
She had been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island.
おそらく私よりも長くお使いしているでしょう。
She's most likely been working for him even longer than I have.
なんてこった。桐江さんの仮説は外れたな。
What do you know? Kirie-san's theory was off.
じい様にベアトリーチェという名の腹心は実在したってわけだ。
Grandfather really did have a confidant named called Beatrice.
そいつは今この島にいるんだな。
Is that person on the island now?
はい、
Yes.
いらっしゃっていると思います。
I believe she is here.
曖昧な言い方だな。
That's a vague way to say it.
ってことは昨日今日そいつの顔を見たってわけじゃなさそうだな。
I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday.
はい、
That is correct.
大変申し上げがたいのですが、
It is extremely difficult to say, but
その
Karan-kun once again dropped his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
なんだよ、そこで切るなよ。
Come on, don't just stop there.
鮮度目みたいで気持ち悪いぜ。
That's like freezing an inch before the blow, right? I urged him on jokingly again. Jokes ain't gonna save you here, buddy. However, it looked like Kana was still confused as to whether he should speak or not. The Kumasawa Bachan whispered, "Oh no.
お顔を見ようにも
You cannot see her
ベ
face
アトリーチェ様にはお姿がありませんから。
because Beatrice-sama has no form.
お姿が
She has no...
なんだって？
What did you say?
ベアトリーチェ様にはお体がありません。
Beatrice-sama has no body.
ですからベアトリーチェ様がお望みにならない限り、私ども凡庸ではお姿を見ることすら叶いません。
Therefore, unless Beatrice-sama wishes it, common people like us are not able to see her form.
ベアトリーチェ様が人の姿をされていた頃の絵があの肖像画のものなのだとか。
I have heard that the portrait shows what Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form.
そのお姿を懐かしみ、よく肖像画の前に佇まれているそうな。
It seems he yearned for that figure so much that he would often stand in front of that portrait. Ah, she's a witch ghost. Cool. Fuck.
ベアトリーチェ様は時折輝く蝶の姿に身を変えられて現れることがあります。
Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies.
万一お屋敷の中でお見かけした場合には決してその後を追ってはならない決まりです。
Okay, Shannon did see that. That's right. I forgot that she had seen that when she was in the mansion. That's right, because she was checking the windows. I forgot about that. Okay. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there's a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them.
追えば不幸があるとささやかれています。
It is whispered that you will meet with disaster if you do. Oh shit, that's how she died.
その禁を破り大怪我をして辞めた使用人も実際にいます。
In fact, there was a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. That's right, because she was looking for it.
おいおい、マジかよ。
Wait a second. Are you kidding me?
あんたら本気でそんな話をしているのかよ。
Are you all serious about this?
バトラス様、すでにベアトリーチェ様がお越しになっておられます。
Battle-sama, Beatrice-sama has already arrived.
そのようなお言葉はよろしくないかと思われます。
Such language may be unwise.
ベアトリーチェ様はご自身を冒涜される方を好みません。
Beatrice-sama does not like when she is profaned.
その存在を疑えば必ずや不幸が降りかかるでしょう。
If you doubt her existence, you will surely meet with disaster.
バトラさん、気持ちの悪いお話とお思いでしょ。
Battle-san, you'll probably find this topic
で
unpleasant.
すがね、
But you know what?
ベアトリーチェ様はいるんですよ。
Beatrice-sama does exist.
います。
She exists.
それを疑われることをベアトリーチェ様はことのほか嫌われます。
Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that. Damn, he done started off on the bad foot ever since he got here. Mario's just gonna sit there, yeah, she exists. In quotation marks.
わかりませんか、バトラ様。
Can't you tell, Battler-san? Sama.
ベアトリーチェ様は今すでに
Beatrice-sama
こ
has
こにお越しになっております。
already arrived.
おいおいよせよ。
Come on, quit it.
俺そういうのは弱いんだぜ。
I'm weak against that stuff.
脅しっこなしにしろい。
Enough with the cheap threats. However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
バトラさん、お願いですから、ベアトリーチェ様を冒涜することはおやめください。
Yeah, start listening, Battler. Battler, son, I beg that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama.
悪いことは申し上げません。
Please, trust me. Kumasawa Bachan, who was usually cheerful and would always tease people, now spoke with a totally serious face.
いや、
Well,
いるって言われてもよ。
even if you say she exists,
俺には何も見えないぜ。
I don't see anything.
今、俺の隣にいるとでも言うのかよ。
Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something?
冗談よせやい。
Quit joking around. Oh. Okay, game. Okay. I'm just gonna back away from the screen real quick. All right, go ahead, do your worst. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her presence felt exactly the same as the servants.
波長の合う合わないは生まれつきだよ。
Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth.
バトラは生まれつき波長が合わないタイプなんだよ。
Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength.
だから見えない。
That's why you can't see her.
会えない。
That's why you can't meet with her.
話せない。
And that's why you can't talk to her.
ベアトリーチェの一番嫌いなタイプだよ。
You're the type Beatrice hates the most. Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
ベアトリーチェのことが知りたい？
Do you want to know about Beatrice?
ベアトリーチェはね、1000年の魔女なんだよ。
Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch.
あらゆる悪魔を刺激し、錬金術を極め、賢者の石を生み出し、莫大な黄金を生み出すことができる。
With all the demons at her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create the Philosopher's Stone and a vast quantity of gold.
おじいさまは彼女と契約することで、後ろ宮家に莫大な富を築いたんだよ。
Grandfather built up all the vast wealth of the Ushirimiya family by making a contract with her.
昨日私がベアトリーチェの手紙を読んだでしょ？
Yesterday I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I?
あれは本当なんだよ。
That was real.
バトラに信じろと言っても無理な話だろうけど。
Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe.
六感が生まれつきさっぱりみたいだからね。
After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense.
なんだよそれ。
What are you talking about?
魔女？悪魔？
Witches? Demons?
そんなの誰に聞いたんだよ。
Who told you about that?
ベアトリーチェ本人に聞いたんだよ。
I heard it from Beatrice herself. Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice as though this was nothing more or less than the truth.
マリア、聞くだけ野暮だろうが、もう一回聞くぜ。
Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask one more time, okay?
昨日、マリアにあの手紙を渡したのは誰だ？
Motherfucker. Who gave you that letter yesterday?
ベアトリーチェにもらったって 何度言えばわかるかな。
Exactly. Just like, how many times did you have to say this? I got it from Beatrice. How many times must I tell you before you understand?
わかんないよね。
You don't get it, do you?
見えないんだもんね。
You can't see it.
信じられないもんね。
You want it all, but you can't grab it. You can't believe it, can you? It's you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. Sorry, I got the lyrics mixed up. Yes, it's Epic by Faith No More. Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
バトラ、
Oh, Battler.
まだわかんない。
You still don't understand.
ベアトリーチェ様がいるのが。
Beatrice Sama exists.
いるって。どこにさ。
She exists, you say, but where?
だからベアトリーチェ様がここにいるのが。
Like I said, Beatrice Sama exists here. That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while that the servants' eyes have been pointed in quite the right direction. I figured they were just staring absent-mindedly, but that wasn't the case. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at a spot right behind me. Uh-oh. Holding my breath tightly, I looked over my shoulder. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I've known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if someone was there.
ベアトリーチェは1000年を生きた偉大な黄金の魔女。
I was definitely ready for a jump scare. It felt like it was about to happen. Beatrice is the mighty golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years.
でも波長の合う人間にしか自分の姿を見せられないし。
But since she can't show her form to humans of the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them.
だからね。
Hey, you know what?
それがとても悲しいんだよ。
That's really sad.
だからバトラみたいな生まれつき魔法のセンスもかけらのない人に存在を否定されるのがものすごく嫌いなんだよ。
It means she truly despises it when people like you, who were born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists.
バトラは幸運だよ。
You're lucky, Battler.
昨日私にお守りをもらっていてよかったね。
Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Oh yeah, she did give him one too.
それを身につけていなかったら今頃ベアトリーチェのどんな呪いが身に及んでいたか分かったものじゃない。
Don't you realize what kind of curse Beatrice would have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around?
本当に幸運なんだよ、バトラは。
You really are lucky, Battler. Almost like I said that earlier. If you said, I'd missed it. Or just didn't remember.
あのサソリのキーホルダーかよ。
I was talking about it in relation to Natsuhi being alive because she was given it from to her by Jessica. Oh, that scorpion
あれっ
keychain.
て安っぽい景品か何かだと思ってたんだが、ちとはご利益あったってことなのか？
I thought that was just some cheap gift or something, but are you saying it really had some power? I don't know, Battler. Maybe it's just me being a little, you know, observant. But maybe I would start putting my belief up a little bit or reading into this a little bit more, considering that, you know, the 9-year-old child that you needed to be careful about, like, what you said around her is suddenly speaking in coherent full sentences and pretty much taunting you. You don't think something's just, you know, I don't know.
それがなかったら今頃バトラがあの倉庫の中で顔面を砕かれて生贄にされていたんだよ。
If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now.
幸運だったよ、バトラは。
You're so lucky, Battler. Witness Battler's transformation from pervert to Reddit atheist. That tracks. That tracks. Listen, Bozo, that tracks.
そうか。
I see.
あれがなかったら、俺は今頃殺されてたって ってのか。
So if it weren't for that, I'd been killed by now.
なんでバトラはベアトリーチェを信じないの？
Battler, why don't you believe in Beatrice?
いるのに。
Even though she exists.
今そこにほら。
Right now, over there, look.
信じる気になったでしょ？
Hey, I'll bet you want to believe it now.
信じなよ。
Believe it. And then she just becomes Naruto.
マリアにお守りをもらったことを感謝しながら。
And thank me for giving you that charm.
あれがなければバトラは今頃倉庫の中。
If it weren't for that, you'd be in the storehouse right
代わ
now.
りに誰か一人が助かっていたかもしれないね。
But then maybe you would have saved someone in exchange, right? Uh-oh. Right then I burst into laughter. No. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until a second ago, but unfortunately that last one seemed to be too much for me to gloss over. This motherfucker just ain't gonna learn.
じゃあ全然ダメだぜマリア。
Then it's all useless, isn't it, Maria?
ってことなら悪いが、ああ全然ダメだ。
If that's true, then I'm sorry, but it's all useless. When Maria saw me suddenly start laughing, she stopped. Seeing my parents, that was one thing, but this orphan girl coping is a step too far, yeah. Seeing my parents, that was one thing, but telling me that I would have been in there too and I would have died with them? Pfft, okay. When Maria suddenly, yeah, I said this, even though she didn't understand why what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't be pleasant for her.
お前が傷つくだろうと思ったから俺黙ってたけどよ。
I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but...
お前にもらったお守りを
Well, I thought I'd put that charm
ポ
you
ケッ
gave
ト
me
に
in
入
my
れたつもりだっ
pocket.
たんだけどよ。どっかに落っことしちまったんだぜ。
But I must have dropped it somewhere. Uh-oh.
だから俺が今この瞬間に無事なのはお守りのおかげでもねえし。
Uh-oh, Bozo, I think you're
まだ
right.
魔女様の呪いがあって当然なのに今この瞬間もピンピンしてる。
So the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now, and even though I should have been cursed by the witch, I'm perfectly fine.
悪いが俺は自分の目で見たものしか信じねえ。
Okay, this is where it gets fun now, isn't it? Okay. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes.
第六感
Six senses.
波長
Wavelengths? Okay, so there is going to be this interesting battle of, like, you know, evidence needing to physically see something versus the occult. Okay, so okay. So far, Battler's reasoning this then strengthens Battler's mindset of believing that somebody would have done this, and there isn't a 19th person on the island. There's 18, and one of the 18 did so. The question is who actually wins then. So they did a very good job of this right here does a very good job of setting that up now, because now it actually does look that way. Okay, all right, I'm with it.
魔法のセンス
Magic sensitivity.
悪いが俺はそういう眉唾なもんは一切信じねえぜ。
Sorry, but I don't believe in fake stuff like that.
クラスの女が霊感がいいの悪いのって言い出すのを聞いてると虫唾が走るのさ。
When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense the supernatural is, it pisses me off.
あんたらがいくらじい様に給料もらってるか知らねえが
I don't know how much grandfather is
俺を
paying
妙な
you,
宗教に勧誘しようったって
but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult,
そう簡単にはいかねえってことをよく肝に銘じておきやがれってんだ。
believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily. Okay, so if somebody was wondering what I was like pausing on probably like an hour ago, I had a thought for a minute of what if the dead bodies aren't actually dead and they're like dummies or like some sort of like it's a false flag almost of saying like, hey, these people died because their faces are completely like carved out or like didn't seem human, right? I don't know yet. They've done a good job of making me think multiple ways here.
バトラ様
I'm still on the side that like there's an actual witch, and a witch is going to show the fuck up. Like there is actually going to be a Beatrice, and that's going to happen. Battler-sama.
カノン君たちが信じるのは自由だぜ。
You guys are free to believe whatever you want.
だが、俺が信じるかどうかは
However, when it comes to the things that I believe,
常に
the one
俺が
who decides
自分で決める。
is always me.
悪いがこの目で見るまで、ベアトリーチェなんてうさんくさいものの存在を信じるわけにはいかないぜ。
Okay, I think the dialogue forgot to go along with it. Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shady as Beatrice until I've seen her with my own eyes. I spoke forcefully and sharply. Then Maria started cackling again. Yeah, I still don't understand how you can say that, and then, like, again, Maria.
ならそれでいいんじゃない？
Well, that's just fine, isn't it?
いずれお前のような波長が全然合わない人の目にもベアトリーチェは見えるようになる。
Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice.
もうじき蘇るんだよ。
Very soon, she will revive.
ベアトリーチェはね。
Beatrice will revive.
そうしたら一緒にいっぱいお話をしたり遊んだりしようって約束してるんだよ。
Once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot.
疑う必要も無理に信じる必要も全くない。
There will be absolutely no need for you to doubt or force us to force you to believe.
現れるんだよ。もうじきね。
She will appear very soon. I think that's a good stopping point. I think that's a good one. Holy shit. Okay. Holy shit. There is a lot to digest. My God. Damn, we're still on episode 1. I'm starting to think there's not actually a interactive function here. But even if there isn't, there is still a mystery to dive into, and the story sets it up in such a way that it is very, 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 very interesting to dive into and want to find out. Okay, like what the fuck's going on here? To be fair, you're already past the halfway point of episode 1. I figured, I don't know if the halfway point is the day itself, but I feel like I've gotten through like a decent chunk. So at least I'm past the halfway point. So I don't know how much more left I really have to go in this episode. But I'm still intrigued. I should be back to there will be some interactive elements, but not for a very long time. Okay. So let's hold off tomorrow. So tomorrow I'll be back probably around 6 p.m. By long time, we mean long time. Holy shit. Okay. All right. That better paces me, because I think what I was expecting was that I was going to be doing something like 3 streams ago. And then I was like, okay, it'll happen next stream. Okay, it'll happen next stream. Okay, it'll happen next stream. And then I just started thinking like, okay, wait, I don't think anything's going to happen. They're just setting all of us up, and this is this. Okay. So it'll happen later. All right. I should be back tomorrow then, probably at around 6 o'clock, 6:30 Eastern time. I might do like a short round of this. I don't know. But I will see y'all then. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll go ahead and raid Fruit Melody, because Fruit Melody is doing some art tonight, and she came by and said hi, so we'll go and rate them. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Goodbye and good night.